just.
Oh, yeah.
We're past now.
Yes, ma'am.
One of those old ones, just, oh yeah.
We're past now.
Last for the past. 5 seconds.
Well, Scott, you know, these are, that's our old server. And that's the server before that.
He's
in
the
that
baby.
corner.
Are they even, they're not even using it, are they?
Oh, they're not,
Voodoo
they're
thing
not
is
plugged
like
in. I mean,
With the spicy
I
ketchup on it.
dare say
All
they
that,
they
yeah.
could not be
Wizard.
booted
Yes,
at this point. I mean, they've been.
that
through
one
the
is your
hurricane. I mean,
copy,
they
and
went through the
this is the
hurricane
one that has the affidavit.
and they've been exposed to salt water
These
and
are,
salt air and
These
stuff.
affidavits,
You know, both of them.
Connor.
You know, one
Nobody has
didn't work,
called yet.
or was not,
I figured you want to go ahead
They're
and start with
prior to-
affidavits.
or actually both of them were not working at the time. So,
Okay.
Yeah, I have.
yeah, but the one we're operating off of now is over at the city service center.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. You want me to wait?
I do some help out at the
Okay.
Presbyterian Church. Do some IT stuff for them, and
Today,
they have a Dell. In fact, it's probably just like this Dell desktop system.
Yeah.
A little less.
Agent morning and
thing.
then human in the afternoon.
Okay.
And it had been sitting on the floor, and they got flooded.
I said
It
it's
probably
today,
made that
agent day,
much.
or
So the
human
power
being day.
supply,
She said it's agents in the morning.
the power supply is toast, and
Human beings in the
you know,
afternoon.
I don't even know if it's worth trying to replace the power supply because there may be other stuff that's
Yeah,
That's what
five
she
of
said.
that's messed up because of it.
Yeah, five. They're O'Connor. They're all lots belonging to
Like
Lake North,
Muirhead.
Muirhead. And they're all just lots.
Land. In fact, they're all the same, except
Blake's-
for one of them.
Blake's son that graduated with my son is, I think he's pitching for Baylor this year.
Okay, hold that thought for a minute.
But
Call to order of the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is July the 21st at 8:27. You have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
There you have a quorum. And we're open for protests. This is an affidavit only. Morning. 5 accounts belonging to O'Connor. Damon gonna be our person of the week?
I'll go find out.
Somebody needs to be.
Well, you can start, I'll find someone. I'll have someone by the time you get sworn in for all 5 accounts, I'll get somebody before you.
All right, that's the deal. Can't pass it up. We're gonna be opening a hearing on 5 cases. All represented by O'Connor and Associates. Cases number 1518, 19, 1529, 30, and 31.
We're all from online submissions and have protests incorrect raised market value. All 5.
Okay?
Cool.
We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing the process today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the process. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. The information we provide in the process with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I shall stand to solemnly swear that I will.
Morning, sunshine.
With another. Good morning. I, Carl Star, to solemnly swear that I have communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. And that relates to case numbers 1518, 1519, 1529, 1530, and 1531.
I Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.56F as it relates to case ID 2021-1518, 19, 1529, 1530, and 1531.
I, Captain Thompson, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41. And that pertains to counts 21, 15, 18, 15, 19, 15, 30, 15, 31.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. Which pertains to cases 1518, 1519, 1529, 1530, 1531.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I request you to solemnly swear that cash out the
Correct. Fingers.
This is for cases 15, 18, 15, 19, 15, 30.
And we are opening the first hearing on case number 1518.
We. Not in order. Okay. And this one. Are these affidavits?
Yes.
Today's the
23rd.
21st.
Got it?
And Ray, let me just point out,
It's all connected property, right?
well, the same person.
Yeah, the whole thing from
They were online submissions, nominee protest with incorrect trademark establishment. But the affidavit on most of them does show Q1 and Q2, but so since it was online, it's Q1.
Can you,
Okay.
yes, sir. Okay. I was looking through here because it says that there's an appointment of agent. And then there's signature on June 27th for an agent. And then I authorize the Carter Association. Something. And then there's an affidavit. Okay, okay, I see. All right, Scott, pull the go up on this one because all of these properties are in relationship to each other. I start reading. They're all, I believe every property in here is super vacant. This works is it's that stuff, right? And then the owner owns 67412. He owns all of that, and then he owns this. And I think all that's protested is the vacant land behind his house.
This house is 67.
I believe that's correct, and I think the discrepancy in the Q1 and all that stuff is because the person who protested was the owner, and then later we'd see on the 27th of June hired an agent to take over the thing. So if this would have been a O'Connor protest, they would have protested all the Qs. So here we go. All right, we are on 27326. And this is for, the owner is Blake and Nancy Muirhead. The property description is 703 Dallas. And reasons for protest on the affidavit is Q1 and Q2. We discussed earlier that Q1 was under protest on the protest form. Section 4 is blank. Section 5 is a number. I believe it's 13,000. Awesome. Okay, it's 13,000.
Or 18.
You think it's 18?
I wrote 18, but I don't.
It might be 15.
Okay, it's somewhere in that area.
It's in the teens.
It's significantly less, I'm pretty sure, than what we're, so either way. And then the name here, you know, it's notarized in the county of Aransas. By Trinae Richardson. Deborah King is an employee of O'Connor, and so is Trinae Richardson. That's fine, it doesn't matter. I don't think this was notarized in Aransas County, but that's fine. Then there is a vacant land assessment comparable data. There's an account on Dallas, another account on Dallas, and an account on Fort Worth. The land value is 24,000, 15,000, and 15,000. The land size is 37,501, 37,501, and 37,501. So that is in square feet, and that's you know, around 3/4 of an acre, essentially, is what that is. So there's a property at 24,000 in value, 15,000 in value, 15,000 in value, and that's for 37,000 square feet. Then there's a residential property survey. The owner would have filled this out. Property is unimproved. Or these would have been questions that they asked an owner. Property is unimproved. There's no access to utilities. Low line. It's currently flooded with rain. And then there's no signature on this page. And none of the conditions are checked. But that's because maybe most of these conditions are for residential. They look like they are. It's plumbing, electrical, and tile, so that's okay. And then there's an appointment of agent. Okay, so all I want to know is your comparable data. They compare 37,501 square feet to what do we have? I don't know. We're going to find out together. Evidence. We have 37,500 on this one, and we're at 24,000. So one of their comps was at 20, unless one of their comparables was this property.
It is this property.
That's their comparable at 24, and they have 2 at 15. All right, that's fine. We're going to show some land sales here, and there's a sale on San Antonio for a little bit less square footage, sold for $130,000. Sell on Hood Street for about the same square footage, sold for $62,000. Sell on Ruby Island, sold for $51,000, it's a half an acre compared to 3/4 of an acre. And then there's a sale for a single lot for $16,000 on Ruby Island. So from a market approach, the value should be $66,000. There's a reason that this is the reason that there's a $66,000 value compared to our value of $24,000, because this has the effective size box check to include all, it's basically 10 acres worth of land. So if you uncheck that, it wouldn't be valued at 64 cents a square foot. It'd be like $3.50 a square foot or something like that. And or $2.50 a square foot, and the value would be closer to 66. Equity, comparing similar properties. We use different comps than they use. So we're gonna compare some 37,500 square foot lots. And we're gonna find them at 24,380, 24,380, and 24,000. So. Our opinion of value and their opinion of value is different. We think 24,000 is fine. That's it.
But the comps are theirs. 718, comp 2 is theirs. 724, comp 1 is theirs.
They use those two comps. Oh, yeah, their ownership. Yeah, sure. It's just on the same. That's all. It's just the same.
So these are all other groups.
They are. We have the effective size box checked and we're valuing at 10 acres. He owns 10 acres. So regardless of anything, and some of these accounts are going to have adjustments inside the accounts also for condition, basically. We're trying to pull the value down.
But these high accounts, they have to be.
Actually, they don't. But if you include that other account, which I think we understood that, then if you add that account, that's where we're going to get all that 10 acres.
Can we see the card again? So it had the adjustment on it. I just wonder what the adjustment was.
Sure. This one is just a straight no adjustment. It's at one. There's at least one account in all of these that are going to have some not paid adjustments. It might be the largest one. Well, we were unhappy with the way that the value was, so we started pulling that back. We wanted to pull that value down, way ahead of all this stuff. It just felt like the value was getting away from us.
And can we see the land table for all these where the breakpoints are?
Yeah, for sure. That's a good question. Let's see. He's at 64 cents a square foot.
Yeah.
If you see right there, go back real quick, Scott, let me just point this out. This is that check box, value at 10.5. So now when you go back in here, 10.5 acres is about 475,000 square feet. So he's here, he's at 64. He's at the bottom of the land table.
Okay, hold on land table. What was the his comps?
They were 37.5.
37.5.
They would have been right around here. They would have been right here at $1.60. But I don't know exactly where those. I don't know much about those comps. We might have to take a look at them.
53,900, sorry, 53,598, 53,600. Yeah.
Oh, okay, let's. I don't know. Let's look at Picto Scott and see where those are. It would be probably helpful to have a frame of reference and investigate their comps a little bit, especially if it's harder to get. Okay, so these are these two comps right here. So they're potentially also on effective sides. Or they're going to be
No access.
They're going to possibly even be no access. Take a look at 53698 and tax and just see what you find.
598,
Oh,
53,598.
53598. This is also this is much further south of the county, believe it or not, than what we're looking at. So it's not effective size, it's no access. So if you look at this particular account back in Picto, you'll see that, why we wouldn't use this for a comp, which we're no access to this property. We're saying that it's 75% bad by the fact that it doesn't have access. You could argue that it shouldn't be no access, but it's probably no access.
So
This might even.
those are dirt roads.
This is
No road.
potentially a ditch. I don't know if it is, but there's a ditch around there somewhere. That's not a ditch. Yeah, they're dirt roads. But not just dirt roads.
There's no-
actually.
There's no road.
They're not, we're saying that they're not, that it's not accessible. We might be a little wrong there. But let's see, the kicker here is if you zoom out, we're getting into the weeds maybe a little bit. The guy that owns this is Bevington. He owns this too. It's under a big trust. We've never adjusted for it.
So the adjustment you made for no access,
It's probably been there forever, Charlie.
yeah, it ended up being down to 40 cents.
That's correct. Something like that. It's our biggest adjustment. And no access.
And what kind of access does the subject have? Because it looks pretty.
Well, he owns, he creates the gateway. We go back to that account. We can do some appraisal work here. And everybody can form their own opinion. Go back to the subject property you'll see here.
Looking it up.
So here's the question of the day. If you own all the land, zoom out. Zoom out. Okay, if you own this, and you have access off of here into your property, and you own this, is this no access? Or is it accessible because you own this? We would say that this is not no access, because if somebody else owns this, then it would be no access. But if somebody owns, if you own this, this is not no access. That'll be our opinion. I'm almost confused. I wonder, they're citing 15,000. So this one is 24. What was the difference? Is the 15,000? We say it is not. It has a code in the account, making it 75%, but we're saying, we say this one does. Yes. And furthermore, I would add that there's actually another difference here, and that is that property that they're referencing is pretty far south from this location. It's farther than you think in the south. It's on the other side of Corpus Christi Street.
No, I'd say this is the way it is.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. I didn't hear you. Yeah. It's a rational argument. It says.
And the change from last year was just land table.
Yeah, these land tables are very changed. We raised the value from Market Street all the way to 16th Street. So another 10 blocks past this to the south until we stopped raising value. So it's pretty substantial.
It's on the monsters.
Very, very substantial. 6,000.
That's right.
It's not a cheap county to hold. This is not a cheap county at all. He should consider trying to get into the ag business. He owns 10 acres. It's a legitimate idea to own that kind of, to own 10 acres in this county. It's not cheap.
Got any other thoughts, Bill?
Wish it did.
Okay. Yep.
No, establishing a precedent. The other five, the other
Yeah, right,
three, the other four go the same way. They're all the same part.
right.
They're all the same part.
I'm fine in terms of the accessibility question because they're all in that same thing.
Doesn't that Bennington have the same argument though, with the accessibility since he owns the connecting?
He does, yeah. Yeah, he,
So how is he different than what you're?
potentially he's not different, other than there's a street. He could argue that there's an easement in between his two properties. There's a street. So those properties, like the one that's in reference, the reference one that they gave us is not actually contiguous with his other property. You have to cross a road to get to it.
Well, after David said this property floods.
Again, that's all up to you guys. I would have walked down the flooding path with them if they would have provided one photo. It's hard for me to do anything without.
Is that this property?
This is Bennington's with no
Oh,
effective
beg your
size.
pardon.
It doesn't have an
I apologize.
effective,
Yeah.
it doesn't have an effective size.
No, it's the no access.
Just no access. It's not effective
So
size
what
for
would
all
we
the other
do if we
properties.
weren't in a hearing in life in general? If there was a street in between, we believe that makes it not contiguous. So we would not go out of our way to include this in effective size and take away the access. Because the street, just like with all of us, if we had property and there was a street running through our property,
But that's actually.
that's a divide. That is access. So you could say that he shouldn't have no access, he should maybe have a not pay. Mr. Bevin.
We'll get into some more questions when we get to the next account, because while this one increased dramatically, the other one increased dramatically.
Okay.
And we'll find out 25.
They're all right.
The fact that he said they flood, they probably do. I hate when there's no photos. Very frustrating. Scott, take them to 2017. And let's look. This is the hurricane. Let's try to figure some stuff out here. I'm not in any way, shape, or form wanting to overvalue this place. So if we look, is that okay? I see. What you gotta do there. All right, take one of these to the hurricane, and let's just take a look. See where we're at. All right, so this is a few days after the storm. Storm happens, this is maybe 2 days later. So there's the flooding. There's 1, 2, 3 spots. This spot kind of being the more significant of the spots, I would say.
Yeah, zoom out to the property.
And then close that parcel. And let's look at something while we're here. Go ahead and take us off the dual view and just do the whole thing for hurricane so that we can see it without, we know what it looks like. It looks like trees and dirt. So now it's going to look like trees, dirt, and water. Let's try to get a picture here.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault. It's change your orientation.
Okay.
If you can, and see if that. And we have one other option.
I go to a different date.
Okay. All right. That's perfect. There's the flooding. I mean, in my opinion, right there. That's all underwater. There's a little bit here and a little bit right there, but I mean, that right there that's pretty good flooding.
How does that affect the lot?
I mean-
Doesn't look like it.
No, I mean, I think that we're gonna find out that it affects this here. Can you zoom out again, Scott, without causing a bunch of problems? There we go.
I know pictometry is not perfect, but that little skinny rectangle in between the properties.
That's the street. That's Dallas.
These ones, I guess.
Yeah. Say that again.
Is that a paved street or just?
It is paved to here.
Oh, I see.
He has two streets. He has three streets at his property. Fort Worth, Dallas, and Indiana. So what you guys think about that? This property here is drawn kind of weird, you know, I guess it does that. Yeah,
Oh, that's it.
I guess it does that. It's hard to know sometimes with stuff like this. Exactly.
It's set fallow.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Because it didn't cost anything.
Yeah,
Now,
right, it's called.
Now, potentially,
Yeah.
This one's
and really, what do you do with it?
this one doesn't change.
I don't think so. This looks fine.
You can leave that, now that we know where it's at, looks like, Scott, you can just leave that hurricane gear out, maybe. It might help us with the other accounts too.
You ever want to measure that area when you get to? No.
Okay, so on, I'll make a motion on case 2021-1518, account 27326. An online submission at protesters Q1, incorrect appraised market value. Move that we leave the 2021 assessment of $24,000.
All in favor? Aye. Case closed. Open case 1519.
All right. I'm gonna read an affidavit in the record here. This section 1 states the owner's name, Blake and Nancy Muirhead. Section 2 is 704 Fort Worth Street. Section 3 is Q1, Q2. We discussed this already about the Q1 is on the protest form. This is the affidavit. Section 4 is blank, and section 5 is either $13,000, $15,000, or $18,000. And Deborah King signed it. Trinae Richardson was the notary. And then I believe it's the same two accounts are used for comparables. One on Dallas, one on Fort Worth. 15,000. Oh yeah, there you go.
It got a little swirly thing. At the top.
Yeah,
Top of the file.
yeah, good deal. 15,000. And same data as the previous one. We got the subject and then Dallas and Fort Worth streets. You can see the 53600, 53598. Those are properties that we looked at. And the residential property survey, all property is unimproved, no roads, no electricity, water, or sewer. The property is also low-lying and completely flooded with rain. There's no signature on this page. Typically, this page in the agent world is filled out by the owner. Typically. This is not a way for agents to. And then the last page here is that it's the authorization for O'Connor and Associates to be the property. So we're going to jump over to the CAD evidence. We've looked at an account similar to this. I'm going to go straight to the sales grid. Q1 is under protest. These comps are going to be the same as before. Comp number 1 is on San Antonio Street, sold for $130,000. It's a little over half an acre. Comp number 2 is on Hood Street. It's nearly the same size, sold for $50,000. Comp number 3 is on Louis Allen. It is a half an acre, sold for $25,000. I'm saying this wrong. Comp number 1, I'm reading my grid wrong. Comp number 1 did not sell for $130,000. It sold for $89,000. $130,000 is the per acre value. Comp number 2 sold for $50,000. There we go. Comp number 3 sold for $25,000. And it's a half an acre. Comp number 4 sold for $16,000, and it is essentially one lot, 7,500 square feet. All right. Giving an indicated value of $66,000. The subject property doesn't even come close to that. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that it is effective size. That's all I have.
Is this lot? Yeah, this is what's weird. If you go back to the picto for a second. Okay, so we did 326 previous. That was the previous one. 328 is the other one. Is that lot actually the same size as 326?
No, and it's not. I don't know. I don't know why it's like that. When you look at these, I can tell you that I know I've looked at this stuff before. This lot, this lot, this lot, and this lot in our system are all going to be the same size. What that tells me is that something is not drawn right. It's in our map. Something is not right here. But it's in the drawing. We would definitely need them to tell us that they don't own 10 acres before we would make the assumption that we have something correct on their own. You're considering them all the same size. Why do they have something down?
Yeah, because last year the value is 4220 as compared to 6280 for these others that are supposedly quote the same size.
Well,
And the current the noticed value is even higher. 24,380 versus 24,000. So this is just weird.
last year, I had a bigger, the green was 4,220. This lot, what we just did was 6,080. Oh, I can tell you why. I can tell you why. I can tell you why. Okay. I can tell you why the 24,380 versus 24,000. Those land tables are actually different. That's how much difference there is. It's 1 cent. It's 1 cent difference. This land table is at 65 cents here. This land table is at 64 cents. It's 1 penny. 64 cents a square foot, 65 cents. That's it. That's 24,380 and 24. Right there, just like this? Yeah. I have no idea. No, I mean. Well, it's because this actually has an address. This property actually has an address on Fort Worth Street. So it's on the Fort Worth table.
So the other 703 is no good. 703,
It's on Dallas. That's on Dallas.
Yeah, this is
Dallas Street.
This should be on.
Oh, you're
Dallas.
right. Sorry.
So it's 65 cents and 64 cents. That's it. I'm pleasantly surprised that it's only $380. Y'all might be frustrated that there's 2 tables. I'm surprised that there's only any difference.
So why was it only 4220?
It's the land tables. It's the land, that's the difference in the land tables before the change was made. That's what you're seeing there. So in the previous years, the difference in the land table, and of course it was never protested because the value was so low.
Yeah.
There's nothing to say. $4,000. You've got nearly an acre, and we're valuing it at $4,000. It depends. I mean, I can tell you if you want to talk about what it's worth in Aransas County. This right here in Aransas County, this is not worth $16,000. Nobody sells that much land. That would be like 3.5 acres. Nobody would sell that for $16,000. Nobody, including Mr. Myriad. He wouldn't give that up. He wouldn't say, yeah, you can have part of my land for $16,000 and I'll have a neighbor I never wanted. He would never do that. Nobody does that. That's why our values are so high. Not because of buyers, it's because sellers. Sellers don't turn loose of their land.
So we don't know what the price was. You were pointing that out?
Yeah.
I don't know the answer. I would have to look. I don't.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he owned part of it and then bought stuff as he went. I don't know. To me, it looks like that's what he did. But I don't know.
So if this wasn't economy of size, it would be dramatically higher.
Well, it would also be no access.
Yeah.
Because if it was owned by somebody else, they truly would not have access to that one. So it would actually be pretty close to the same value, probably. Pretty close. I think we know what it would be. It would be $15,000. That's what it would be. That's what the no access land road would be. That would be the difference. If somebody else owned that, we would say the no access quality of that land makes that $15,000. Which, in that case, I have a bigger beef with that than I do with this. Having access to your land and being valued at $24,000 is easier to swallow than having no access to your land and being valued at 15. Nobody would want to buy that.
Well, what we do with this one also pertains to two more cases that are exact same. Not the next one.
Yeah, right, right.
You know.
I would consider moving back to just 24,000, just to make it a little more explainable.
That's completely appropriate. That's I
Sorry?
What kind of suggestions?
I believe that's the right thing myself. But I mean, it's more like just the principle of it.
Yeah. Bill, you okay?
I guess.
Better than anything. Okay, I'll make.
I have a hard time moving all of this property from $38,630 to $170,000.
It's hard to swallow.
That's hard to swallow. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'll make a motion on case ID 2021-1519, account 27328. With respect to Q1 incorrect phase market value, that we lowered the 2021 appraisal from 24,380 to 24,000.
All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Open the hearing on.
Let me suggest. Yeah, right. That's what I was going to suggest.
Why don't we skip to the other two that are the same value?
Right. So we go to 1530 next.
Then we'll open the hearing on case ID 1530, account 27327.
And the protest is just Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
So this is the property owner's application. Section 1 is the name, like and Nancy here. Section 2 is 719 Dallas. Incorrect appraised market value and value is unequal to the other properties. Section 3, section 4 is blank. Section 5 is $15,000, which I can see it. Just took a second, right? So
That looks like Abraham Lincoln.
$15,000 again. I do not intend to appear at the hearing. Signed in Aransas County by Deborah King, notarized by Camille Richardson. The The next page is the subject property in a vacant land assessment comparable data grid. And it's the same comps, 53598, 53600. We discussed those comps before. The other two accounts. The next page is residential property survey. Property is unimproved, no access, roads, electricity, sewer, water. Property is also no line and completely flooded with rain. And then there is the AOA. That's it for that. And then we go to ACAD evidence. I'm going to go quick here. We're going to go straight to the grid. And try to support Q1. First sales on San Antonio for 89,000, over half an acre, under 3/4. The next one is nearly the same size, so for $50,000 on Good Street. Then there is a sale on Ruby, two sales on Ruby Allen. One is for half an acre, one is for a single lot. One sold for the half an acre sold for 25, the single lot sold for 16. We have a value of 24,380. Totally shooting my land table theory out of the water because it's on Dallas. We were just discussing the difference between Dallas and Fort Worth, I think. So there's actually one more company that we need to talk about. It's on Terry Street. And it's a little over half an acre, so 32,000. All right, that's it. Oh, but it's on Dallas, but on the Fort Worth table. Okay, my Fort Worth table and Dallas table is true. 65 cents versus 60%.
Oh, this is a property that has an L thing that does go over to.
Gotcha.
This is the one that has the L shape.
Can you look at the picture up and get a minute, Scott?
Sure.
All right. No worries. Okay, so.
Scott flipped up and ran out.
No, back where you were. Oh, that's fine. So this stuff is how many acres? Oh, including the L on this one.
Well, we have it at 3/4 of it.
For the whole thing.
Oh, for the whole for the account in question.
You know, what I'm trying to get at is it looks like what we tried to do is have some number, whether it's X, and divide it by 4, and apply that across all 4 of these. And it may actually include, it may be a bigger X by including this, because you were, as I understand, grouping this all together.
And the next one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6.
and this, and
And that big property right there.
this one.
So you get the cumulative effective size.
That's the 10 acres.
That's the 10 acre part.
Okay, so the cumulative with all of that was 10 acres.
A lot up on top, I can't even remember the bigger lot.
This one? Yeah.
That's one.
That's the other one we haven't
That's
done.
getting more money.
That's the one we skipped.
Yeah.
222.
The other ones to me seem moderately different in size, but basically.
Well, I'm kind of okay with applying 10 acres divided by something, or throw that out so it's some amount. And what I was going to see is whether it'd be worthwhile to just do a quick measurement on these guys, not 6, 7, 4, 1, 2, but everything else.
Sure. An acreage.
Yeah.
That's not gonna make sense.
It should make like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Should be a little should be right around 5 or 6. Yeah. 6 probably.
So what do we want to measure?
Measure all of those spots that don't have the residence on it.
Yeah, 20. So from down here to include 27, 3, 22, and then that encompasses 5. That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And just include the streets, just include everything.
I'll close the streets, okay.
Yeah, it'll be okay.
Yeah,
We're,
for what
we're not,
ballparking some
yeah,
stuff
we're
here.
just wanting to get a reference. You don't have to worry about numbering the streets. We can figure that out.
Going overhead, because it's generally
Uh-huh.
better measurement to go overhead.
Yeah.
Seven,
Seven acres.
so that's pretty good. That's pretty good, because we've got roads in there. So that's gonna mean that we're roughly a little over 3 acres on each side of that Dallas Street. Because Dallas is the only one.
Other ones. Okay, and this one. 37. Okay, so the 37,500 square feet, and what is that come out to acre?
43,000.
Okay. All right, so in my mind, there this funny split in calculation spread across these properties is actually to their benefit. So we're okay.
So this one stay, this one stays, this one goes to 24.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, right. So the reason I wanted to do this is because when we get to that other one, that bigger one, it'll be, it's a question in my mind is why, yeah. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-30, account number 37327, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 24,380 to 24,000.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
right.
Okay, so
We have one more, right, of the small account?
Yeah.
27,329, opening hearing on case number 1531. Account 27,329.
Right, this is the affidavit of evidence. Section 1 is Blake and Nancy Muirhead. Section 2 is 7204 Fort Worth Street. Section 3 is Q1, Q2. Section 4 is not filled out. Section 5 is $15,000. That is the statement of facts and arguments. The statement by the owner is also $15,000. The next segment here is I do not intend to appear at the hearing. This was signed by Deborah King, notarized by Attorney Richardson in Aransas County. Residential property survey is an unimproved property. All woods, no access, water, electric, or sewer. Floods with heavy rains. Completed, flooded now. No signature on that page. And the vacant land assessment comparable data is for properties we have discussed in the other three accounts, 53598, 53600. Then there's the AOA, and there's no other documentation that needs to be read into record. So the appraisal district will support market value by going to our sales grid and talking about a sale on San Antonio Street for $89,000 for 7/10 of an acre, I guess that is, a little less than 7/10 of an acre. Comp number 2 is $50,000 for nearly the same size, which is 3/4 of an acre. Comp number 3 is half an acre for $25,000. Comp number 4 is a single lot for $16,000. Comp number 5 is 7/10 of an acre for $32,000. And that is the end of the district's evidence. We have a weighted value of 66,000 for the subject.
Discussion there.
Yeah. Okay, so I will move on case ID 2021-1531. Account 37329. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we reduced the 2021 appraisal from 24,380 to 24,000.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Last one. Open case 1529, account 27,322.
Property owner's affidavit of evidence, section 1, blanket Nancy Muirhead, section 2, 701 to 733, Rudy Allen, section 3, Q1, Q2, section 4, blank, section 5, statement of facts for arguments is $42,003. $42,003 is the statement of facts and argument. Any other statements that may help resolve the case? Statement of owner, $42,003. Do not intend to appear in the hearing, signed by Deborah King, notarized by Richardson, and Ramsey County. The grid, vacant, and subject to comparable data. First accounting of the subject. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comps. And they are on Dallas Street, Terry Street, Sammy Henderson, Hardy, and Sammy Henderson. The comp was yeah, that's all. No, that's all good. Yeah. So they all have roughly the same square footage, and they are all valued at less per square foot than the subject, and they're all in S3800 neighborhood. Well, it's really not a neighborhood, but that's okay. They're all in the same general area. You can tell by their addresses how many. I have no problem with any of this stuff. The only thing I would point, no, I don't have any problem with it. It's all right. It's all vacant land. I don't know the details here on the price per square foot. I'm happy to look at anything else. Residential property owner survey, unimproved, always no access, road, water, electric, sewer, but when rains hard. No signature on that. And there's a POA, no additional data to read into the record. Let's see what that has to say about all this. We'll go straight to the sales grid. We talked about this, we lost the blue. Comp number 1 is 3 acres. The subject is 3.4 acres. Comp number 1 is on Hardy Street, sold for $125,000. In February, comp number 2 in March, sold for $126,000. On Terry Street for 3 acres. Comp number 3, almost 3 acres, sold for $189,000 on Dowdy. And that happened in September of 20. The median value is $170,000. We have $82,000 on the subject. We're also valuing it as if it was the value per square foot of 10 acres worth of land. When we look at these comps, one of the things that jumps off the page is that basically, even in quote unquote rough side of town, if you want 3 acres, you're going to need to pay over $100,000 to do it. And that's it. That's all we got.
The subject property, 150,000 square feet.
Yes, sir.
And what's the rate?
55 cents.
55 cents. That's what I thought.
Yeah, so he's,
There's adjustment. He has, remember, this is the property I told you guys, if you go back to the property card, you'll see that there's several land tables.
Yeah.
And on a couple of those land tables, you'll see a 75% adjustment. We're pulling the value down because we didn't want it to get, it's just getting out of it started to get out of hand for us. So that's what we did.
But you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, here's my take on that, is I think Bill did the math. He said the 6 acres went up to $170,000 or something. If you add it all together.
179.
$179,000. Here's my take on it. Is if it's not an ag, $179,000 for this land sounds terrible. But if it is an ag, you'd say, heck yeah, that's worth $179,000. And the main reason for it is your tax burden would be lower, change your whole perspective. When you look at it from a sales comparison approach, people are paying $120,000 to get 3 acres. That's what they're paying. That's because land in this county is expensive. And if you want to hold it, it's a big boys game. You have to be really willing to hold it. Or you have to try your best to get the value on it. We've looked at this thing back on Picto, and I think, I mean, let me just point this out real quick. It's right here. It's right here. You don't have to go to, we can see it now. Now that we've seen the flood here,
Right.
we can see it. So I have no problem with us including kind of this. You know, it's all a big project. Something like that, you know?
And then over on the.
And then maybe-
Ruby Street, whatever.
Something like that. Yeah, no, I have no problem.
so you,
25%.
well, hang on. Because let's see about,
If you wanted to go back into flood year, we can do that. Let's see it.
well, what I was gonna do was just to give us a frame of reference.
Okay.
So Scott, if you could, sorry, zoom out a little more. Okay, so that last exercise we did took all of this, okay, 7 acres.
Yeah.
And we did 24,000, 4 times here, okay? And basically split this in half, so it's 3.5 and 3.5.
Yeah.
Right? So just at that level, that would say this would be 24,000 times 4, which is 96,000 as a starting point. Okay, so that's why, without considering it a flood question, I can't argue anything about 82, 240 versus 96. Now, if you want to go 96 and take some flood stuff off,
This is the 50,000.
I don't care. I mean, we when I say I don't care, it's because we're treating that whole 7-acre tract as one big block, okay? And just splitting it, and they're all using 64 cents for all of those.
But we've got an adjustment on that 64.
For that
For
big
that
tract.
particular.
Okay.
parcel.
Okay.
That's what we're doing.
So that just bolsters the thought that 82, 240 is okay.
One more time, what was the square footage on 24,000?
37.5. 37.5.
So 37 times 150,000 square feet. Point.
Yeah, the only thing is that we want to take anything off on, it's already below 90.
Yeah, that is-
That's the economy. In fact, if one side of the left side is 65 cents a square, and then it's 55 cents a square already.
I'm just saying, a food, option.
It's more off there. But the adjustment that was put on that, Ray, was for what?
We just put not paid. We just stuck an adjustment in the account. At that point, it's just a tool in the toolbox, pull back.
So whether you say not paved or flooding issues that.
That's what we're
down,
doing is we're unhappy with that land being
I'm still
$100,000 or
okay.
something like that. It's just getting late.
Yes.
What did you say, Joe?
I said, oh, I was answering Scotty's question.
Oh.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, yeah. You okay? I mean, that's the best I can explain. Okay, so I'll move on, case ID 2021-1529, account 27322. With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we leave the 2021 appraised value of $82,240.
Oh, the second.
All in favor?
Kind of like Ray said, with it.
Where'd it go? Yeah.
Oh, there's no agent in. We don't have an agent. Okay.
No, we don't have, we had another agent on the very. Anything,
Might be 10 to 15.
if somebody walks in, yeah, exactly, if somebody walks in, then we'll take them, but. So we have possibilities.
So I'd hate to come back next year and have to remember how we went through that. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Makes sense what we did, but.
I said, bring some toast.
I don't know if you will see the cartoons that are on the Fox News website. There's this one guy, I forget his name, he does a series almost.
We got nothing for watch list.
Cow.
So
When you
They
cross
can-
the field, they have a series that would run you back with this flood. Oh, man.
Yeah. That's gonna be nice. The ones you guys pick up and hurt your back or anything like that, y'all can't get hurt or sick. So, this is a-
No,
yeah. Okay, you're gonna take it to us?
Oh, I don't love it. It's like awesome. Yeah, it is an old bike rider.
Oh, is it?
I think it is.
Those are old enough.
Are all of our different
Yeah, they're all.
Some. Only jump. No. Election. One of the things. One of the things I'm seeing is back in 92. Old school. Here. And chapter, one chapter. So we had just built our pipe and heard that. So we had, fishing lines and everything, waders, duck decoys and all the man toys. And I kept it sweating, yeah, it's just nice and neat, and I could go fish, pull in, wash the boat down, let it dry for a little bit, and then put it back in the thing and lock the door, go back to work. Until my next time. I had it in my head. Just need to buy some little scrubby land out in the middle of the county somewhere that's convenient enough, but not too far out, but just. Random did it. So into the skill development, he was just one of those people.
You got somebody to do this for you?
Well, they're scheduled for Thursday and Friday. And there's stuff to be done. There's daylight moving today. We got people here that move one box at a time. They're gonna move the other people are gonna move all heavy stuff.
Yeah.
But stuff we can manage.
I think
We've been doing this.
for the next several years. And it had this all with it. But I had a story. To this day, I still have this story. I rented it years 1993. I still have it. I can't get a boat anymore. The semi stuff is all shut. And all the stuff is all shut. From Hong Kong, all the stuff in the Hong Kong house moved into that. And it moved to New York, to the house in New York. And now it's shipped down. Now it got trucked in here. It's all piled up in my boat. No, my boat sits outside. That's fine, because I can't get a boat in that. I also got another one. You can pack the wheel. It's not, no, it's fine. I suggest things every now and then it turns into work for me. So,
She got rid of all. I know. We don't have it.
still,
Yeah. Sorry about that.
but my point is,
Whatever.
now, doing this, and every now and then we see somebody's toy box.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But nothing is free. No, nothing is free. Nothing is free.
Yeah. Yeah. Phones. They have a lot of toys. Four-wheeler.
Jet ski.
That's. Well, I'm not stuff. They're one of those things. They have a little property. And the on-back.
We have one entire. We have one entire air conditioning storage. Not that.
I get one more piece of art. We have not get it.
Less than. About 800 square feet. We live in 800. One. I'll water it. I'll water it. 800. One of them comes and goes from here to the park. That was it. Then.
Oh.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. He's going to them, but now he's here. But he's leaving. UNT. Yeah.
It's not
It's just terrible.
You don't want to drag that too far. You got to connect to this.
No, we're gonna get that by you.
Yeah, that's one thing. Well, we can start moving to the next, can't afford to script telephone.
Yeah, we're good. Y'all stay where you're at. You're at.
I got somebody who will miss this one.
Where do you live?
I live on St. David's Place.
Oh, we already talked about it. That's right, that's right, that's right. Yes, yes. 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 Did I pass it? No. No, I'll pass it in 2 weeks. Into, we play cards, the old men play cards at the house, that great big house. Start with the C. No. Go to the end of St. Andrews, go to the end of St. Andrews, turn right, before you get to the apartment condo, there's our turn right on that street. It's called, it's a great big Spanish house. Huge. Huge. The fellow that died. What was his name? Looked like Jerry Garcia. Wrote it down and talked.
I think so, from the front, of course.
Big head, white hair, big white hair.
This is Shirley James on 10 o'clock docket.
Howdy.
I go ahead, yeah. Right here.
All right. He's coming. Sorry about that.
Y'all have a sheet? Yeah.
Sheriff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Very.
Oh, okay. Ma'am?
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah, you need help?
Yeah, I moved that.
There you go.
We'll just let her sit down and then we'll take it. I don't want to hurt her. Here, let me have that. I'll put it on the table. I just want you to be able to sit down. I'll run the table closer. So you just worry about that.
Be right back.
And once you worry about it.
I never found the table.
I do.
Oh, this table.
Okay. There's. We'll move that closer. Is that all right? Now, when you're ready for this, you let us know. Okay. What are we on?
Happy Wednesday.
Okay, we don't have to know what you're doing.
Oh, 10 o'clock.
And I will be.
I have to go through with
I'm sorry. Who am I?
Dean James and Shirley. Shirley James.
Speaking of 76, 77. Page 4. First two. It'll be my guess. We haven't officially noticed.
Y'all are both gonna be speaking. Okay, I just need, put your name and sign here, and then the next person. It's just so I can notarize. We have two accounts. 1576 and 1577.
Did you put them together or not?
Yes, they're on one page.
They're on one page.
Yeah, see at the top, it says and.
Yeah.
Okay, we're swearing in for both.
Yeah,
I guess the question would be, do we do
okay.
that with the house first?
I don't know if y'all wanted to do the 76 and 77 in order or however. Y'all prefer. Do y'all care which one? Oh. You know, they're gonna let you know when each one's on.
Dean, is it?
Any evidence studies?
No, I just, my problem was I did not understand why the value of the land went up as high as it did.
Oh, okay.
You care which account we do first? Your two accounts?
There's two accounts,
Yeah, the 2516 and 2548.
Which one would you like to do first?
Do y'all prefer which one?
what are the issues?
Wait a minute.
Subject is the 2516 Purdy Road, 28093.
Yeah, but there's some. Yeah. This,
Want to do 2516 first?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that. Okay. Now, we have some administrative that we have to go through, so just follow along with us. Just bear with me for a minute. Required. We're opening a hearing. We're opening a series of hearings, 2 hearings, for the same owner. 1576 and 1577. This hearing is being recorded. What do we got, Scott?
That protest is Q1 incorrect phrase market value.
Got that right?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. The board is around the table here, and Ray is the district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created that gives our determination of value. If you don't agree with it, there are instructions in there for appealing. And it all comes in one package by your post office. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you turned in all your evidence to the girls so they can scan it into the system?
I really didn't have any evidence that I'm just going by the paperwork that I have received.
Okay,
And the difference in the,
it's okay. Hold on. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest and signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Farris, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.67 as related to case ID 2021-1576 and case ID 2021-1577.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F as it pertains to case IDs 2021-1576 and 2021-1577.
I, Kathy Hoffman, I want to swear that I communicated with another person in violation of tax code. As it pertains to accounts 2021-1576, 2021-1576.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166 F relating to cases 1576 and 1577.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Okay, that's your cue. Then
You're ready to go ahead.
I do, Dean James, do solemnly swear to the following testimony I shall present to the present board for the appointment of the new board is true and correct.
I, Shirley James, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
thank you, ma'am.
I read by city solemnly swear to that's where something. Correct. Cases.
There's time, right?
What?
Really? Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you guys make a decision on which case?
I'm obligated to ask.
We're doing
you-
76.
I'm obligated to ask you if you have a appraiser's license.
Yeah. Why?
The governor wants me to ask.
Oh.
I just do what I'm told. Somewhere, there's a sheet of paper with the first hearing time.
Support.
He's getting it. There you go. So that's how we're gonna manage the hearing. Those times on there. And you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first, and we're going to open the hearing on case ID 1576, account
28093.
28093. Would you like to go first, or would you like Ray to go first?
We don't know, I mean, we don't know what you're doing. I mean,
Well, you get to speak, make your case for what you want to see changed.
Do you want to speak first of all?
I guess my only,
Okay,
Okay, so you have 5 minutes,
5 minutes.
5 minutes to present your case.
I just do not understand why the property, just the property value, the land value had gone up so high.
It might be best to say if the district went first.
Well, you can
Yeah,
answer-
go ahead.
You can answer the question.
Okay. Let's stay right where you're at for a second, Scott. This property that's right here, this is, there's two properties. Who lives in this property?
Okay, that property right there, that is, all of the improvements belong to another party.
To
They're
the
renting the
renting the
property
property.
and it's just the land.
Yes, ma'am. So we're gonna talk about land. Scott, if you'll pull up the evidence, please, the district evidence. For this account. All right, so go to the sales grid. Okay, so why does property go up? Why do property values go up? Property values go up because of purchase. When people buy land and they pay more for it or less for it, it changes. Land value doesn't stay the same. That's not the market. Land value changes.
Right.
It can go up, it can go down. In Aransas County, it tends to just go up.
Yeah, well, like I said, it went up so high.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you a couple of things here, just for frame of reference. You guys are on Kirby.
Yeah.
So there's a sale on Kirby at $22.95, y'all are $25.16. On Kirby Lane, this, on January 15th of this year, someone paid $99,000 for 2.5 acres. And then on Johnson Road, someone paid $90,000 for 5 acres. Go this way, or go to the next one. On Jacoby Lane, someone paid $108,000 for 1.4 acres. And then on Mac, $59,000 for 1.6 acres. Is that all of it, Scott? One more. Armstrong, 2.5 acres, $68,000. That's 64 cents a square foot. You're at 69 cents a square foot. That's 84 cents and 174, and you're at 69. That's 41 and 95, and you're at 69 cents a square foot. Furthermore, go to the sales ratio report. I'm going to show you something for this data. So go to the first page. We're going to go through it a little bit slower. This data is just Burton, Danforth, McCampbell. The general area you guys live. You'll notice there is the first thing that happens. If you look right there where it says cell type, it says UBL. That's a land sale. All right. So you have a piece of land that sells in the county, in your area. It's sold. Go to the next page. Keep on going. Get to the whole page, Scott. No.
Oh, sorry.
Land sale. The second sale, land sale. The third sale, land sale. Then there's a commercial sale. Go to the next page. Land. Next page. Residential. Keep going. Land, residential, land. Land, residential. Residential, land, commercial, residential. More land, and then another commercial. What I'm getting at here is land, the land sold big time. So the land sold from, y'all are from this area? So the land sold from Mac Road. Really, it sold from Walker Road. Y'all know where Walker is? It runs parallel to 188. So it sold from Walker to Guile. From Walker Road to Guile Road, the land just sold. We raised the value from Walker to Guile.
About that, I noticed that some of the others were larger acreage, and that's only a half.
Yes, ma'am. But we have to extrapolate the data. If we can't raise the land on one group of people and say that it doesn't affect the whole. So that's not mass appraisal. You can't really do that. That's kind of self-chasing isolation of a particular group. And we're supposed to treat everybody within a group. So that's why we changed the land.
Yeah. Okay, that's why you changed the land value, and is it I noticed the other acreages were about the same amount, and that's only a half acre.
Yes, I understand. What that would say though is that a half acre of land? Yes. Which is about 23,000 square feet of land is definitely worth $17,000. That's what it's saying. It's definitely worth that. Meaning if you were going to sell it, that's what we're saying here. Is if you were going to sell it, I'm not saying you are, but if you were going to, you would not sell it for less than $17,000. You just wouldn't do it. And the reality is, if you were going to sell it, you'd probably sell it for twice that. You were going to put it on the market, tell those people they have to get out of there or whatever you have to do. I'm just saying, hypothetically, you would probably list it for $35,000 to $50,000. That would be.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe make another point of the first square foot price.
Oh, the economy of scale.
Well, just your sales grid shows. Big differences how theirs was much lower than others. other sales.
Yeah, if we go back to the sales grid, you'll see that your price per square foot is at a minimum competitive in the market, possibly a little bit low. Like there's a sale for more land on Kirby right down the road from you. So if you have more land, then their price per square foot should actually be below your price per square foot. But, you know, the more you have, the less it is per. It's kind of like when you're at the grocery store and you're figuring out how much are they charging me for one Tylenol. You buy 500 Tylenol, you pay less for that one than if you buy 24. That first sale was 95 cents a square foot, and then we're at 69 cents a square foot. That second sale is actually doing what it's supposed to do. That's 5 acres to your half acre at 40 cents a square foot, and you're at 69 cents a square foot. So that's what the market should look like. You should see someone buy 5 acres and pay less per square foot than someone who buys a half acre. That's what it should say. Because if that, it would make that 5 acres, if it was valued the same, it'd be an astronomical number. There would be no reason to buy large chunks of land. You would get no benefit. So go to the next one. It's going to happen again. We're going to see it again. First sale at $1.74. That's this number right here. That's what they paid per square foot, and you're valued at 69 cents. That person paid 84 cents a square foot, and you're valued at 69 cents. And there's one more, I believe. And this person paid 64 cents, and you're valued at 69 cents. And they are almost 5 times the size. Everything in here is working exactly how it's supposed to work. And just to also explain the tax system, there's no stopping the value from increasing without a homestead. There's no way to stop the value from increasing. The property value can literally increase as much to market value. There's no percentage too high that it can increase. The only thing that limits an increase is the homestead. That's the only tool in the toolbox. That's why I asked you who lives there. That's why I said, because if you were going to tell me, hey, I live there, I was going to say that's the first problem. Right. That's the main problem, I should say.
Like I said, I just didn't.
In fact, if you live in either one of those houses, then neither one of them have an exemption on. You live in the other house that we're going to talk about?
No.
Okay.
I live in a third house.
We live in.
Yeah, I'm just making sure because
We have
that's.
the third house, and all of my rights are frozen and all.
That's correct. That's perfect. That's what I wanted to
On my
hear.
homestead and
That's what I
all my
wanted. That's the key.
Yeah,
I think
that's
they
a
went up
20.
by under $15, $20,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yes, sir.
But that's 2472 is where my home
Where you
is.
live. Okay. All on Kirby.
All,
All
right,
under-
all within that same
Yes, sir.
block.
That's the explanation in your protest. We're kind of talking a lot here, but we're going to cover 2 accounts today. The data is. The explanation to the question you phrased in your protest is why did it go up so much? It's just land sales. And this is not fun to hear, basically, but let me just say, you're at $17,000 for half an acre. We're undervalued your property. We're undervalued. There's no doubt in my mind that property has a septic tank, has electric, it has water, and it's a half an acre, and we think it's worth $17,000. We're crazy. There's no way. There's no way. The infrastructure alone is nearly $17,000. Somewhere 13 to 17 to do all that.
You know, we kind of,
Yeah, sorry about that.
that's all right, that's all right. We just want to make sure you get for the time you're due. So you've got about 4 minutes left on your initial time if you want to use it.
I'm just so confused with the whole deal. Like I said, I just really don't understand it. And I know some of the, I can hear some of the others are a whole lot larger places that they're being
if it's a bigger piece of land, it's gonna be valued less per square foot.
Normally would be, yes.
Because these all are non-improved properties, right?
Some of them are, most of them are not.
This one's just the land belongs to me.
Right.
The other things, you get the,
He gets a separate account, he has a.
for his,
For his stuff, yes.
Mr. Loveland gets,
Yes, yes, it's called a personal property account. or an
Yeah.
improvement only.
yeah, that's. I think it's, I just know it dropped, it assessed from $9,400 to $17,075, 70, yeah.
Her protest was the fact that it jumped from, let's see what was it?
Right.
Oh, 94 to 17, and that's a lot to jump. I mean, 94,000 to
Well,
70,000.
You saw Ray's grid, there's been a lot of sales in that area of land for some very high prices.
Like I said, I just don't know. Just don't, what I mean? It just makes no sense to me. Because why should I go out if I go and buy 2 acres for the amount that I pay? Yeah, have one that I'm buying half acre. I mean, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, it doesn't sink in. What do you have to say, Dave? Dave, I don't know.
I don't know either. I mean, I see what the deal is,
But if they took those 2 acres,
I'm sorry, what?
if they took those 2 acres, they could make 5 properties out of that. If someone had 2 acres, they could make 5 properties. That are doing that, 4 properties, I'm sorry, 4. That produces, each one of them will produce. And I think that's what the district is trying to say.
I don't know. Is there any possibility that your value will be brought back down to keep the taxes lower?
In terms of sales coming in lower,
No. The value that you're taxing me on.
Yeah.
Of course, we were taxed last year way below that. And I didn't know whether the taxing rate was, too high or. I just don't know. Like I
according
said,
to what we've seen so far, we're not done yet. We're still going to listen. But what we've seen so far, your property is probably undervalued.
Okay, so let me try. No. Not yet. So last year, I believe if my calculation is correct, your property was taxed at 36 cents a foot. Right? This year, it's at 69 cents. And that change, that difference, is entirely due to comparisons of other sales. And if I look at the other sales, and even in comparing to other sales, 69 cents a foot is still lower in comparison to those other properties in the area that sold, which run from $1.74 on one sale, $1.74 a foot, compared to your 69 cents, or 64 cents. I'm sorry, sure. 84 cents versus your 69 cents. Okay. And so in general, what I know it's difficult to rationalize in your mind, but even with the increase, your per foot price at 69 cents is lower in comparison to the other sales in here. So everything that you're seeing is driven by the other sales. And at least right now, you're still below in comparison to the other sales. I hope that helps a little to understand.
We don't want to sell it property.
No, I understand that, right.
Right, that's not the point.
And the state, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your position, the appraisals are required by state law to be done at market value. Okay, so when the market goes up, your appraisals go up. And it's nothing you did, it's just people around that are buying properties and spending what they're spending for properties.
That's also makes your property more valuable.
Yeah, I know.
Because other properties are moving up the price of your property, or you can sell it.
Right. Someday. So with respect to time on our debate here, Ray, let me shift it over to you for 2 minutes if you had any other rebuttal.
Yeah, I'll close and do a little quick rebuttal. Something that happens in this office a lot is we talk to people all the time, right? And we often will find people who two things. One is they don't know their value. There's no reason to know your value a lot of times. You just never think about it until something like this happens. It's like, oh my goodness, this is crazy. But when you get brought up to sort of reality, when you get brought up to the market, it's a shock. So the reason that it's such a shock is because you're undervaluing what you own. And we were too. Last year we thought it was worth $9,000, and we're still undervalued. People went in there and they're buying up land where you live. They're buying up land all over the place. The second thing is this office doesn't have the authority to lower your taxes. We just do your value. And the biggest mistake to make in this office is to start thinking that we have something to do with taxes. Your bill. Like, we don't do that here. And so when we start trying to lower people's tax bill in here, we start making pretty large mistakes. Start treating people differently than we're treating other people. So in this office, we constantly have to remind ourselves that we're not goodwill. Like, we're simply the people who say, this is what it would sell for. That's kind of all we do here. And when we start thinking, oh, this is a bad situation, let's get their property tax lower, we're not being ethical. We're making a pretty big mistake when we do that in this office. So we don't do that here. We just say that's $17,000.
We don't know what the tax rates are going to be yet. Okay, it's possible the tax rates may go down and your tax bill. Yeah, the school district has already announced their tax rate. School,
I know that all this paperwork that I received is an approximate estimated tax.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to tell you something about that. That paper that you have there, show me it where it says that. Okay. This right here is next year will not be on people's tax bills. This is a mistake. This tells people a number that is not right. It's not right, because these right here, these are your tax rates. This is what determines how much money you pay. So you can have a tax, you can have a market value go up and a tax rate lower and pay less than you paid the previous year. So they're gonna take this off. It's confusing.
It is very
It's
confusing.
very confusing.
And so we don't have any idea.
That's the best way to say it, and we all have to be okay with that. I don't have any idea, you don't have any idea. We don't know.
I see where I'm.
Okay, let me give you one more minute to have any other thoughts if you need the minute.
Madam,
Okay. I agree. Yeah. I wish we could do something different. The sales really backing us up. In fact, to the point where it's even, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move on case ID 2021-1576, account number 28093, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value only. That we leave the 2021 appraisal at $17,570.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, hearing is closed. Opening hearing on case 2021-1577, account 28090. You got that up there already, Scott?
Well, I know for a fact right now, and anytime it rains, this pond right here is extended out to here, and it floods all up.
when they.
Isn't that how it floods up in there? I mean, all the way to the trailer. No, that's,
No, my brother's on this.
where
Yeah, that's for Ryan, is my grandson. And,
no, see, that was the hurricane. You know.
I shouldn't laugh, but that's pretty dramatic.
No, I mean,
yeah,
It's a new mobile app.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the buildings were removed to reflect.
yeah, there was trailers and large.
Stuff on the left.
Yeah.
Here's the definition of at large.
It wasn't that much rain.
Especially for criminal nature.
sorry, you know, that-
Siri's trying to help you, huh?
It's all right.
Oh, we need all the help we can get.
I happen to have it, I just in my pocket,
Yeah.
Here's a lot, oh,
Happens all the time. No problem.
yeah, but anyway, it comes, like I said, up to, well, it covers that trailer. But, let's see, wait a minute. No, yeah, it would cover that trailer, I'm sure, because the water stood, I mean, that high in that yard. And right now it's flooded where they can't even mow. This, I saw some pictures somewhere, and I don't have it here. Where the land, it shows the land on the property. They're not here, in government home.
No, they're on this.
Are they out here?
They're on
Yeah,
pictometry.
you all sent me
Where it shows.
a deal and it was mixed up real bad.
Only 2% annual chance for shows that green, it shows that green thing. Was.
Measure.
Those are all good properties.
Yeah, take that hurricane stuff off.
Yeah.
Go back to
Yeah.
the pictometry from
Can we measure
the
that area up there?
ACAD evidence.
Did you point to?
I'm sorry.
I don't know, I didn't know that. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
can we measure that area up there? You pointed to?
Sure.
Zoom out just a bit.
So
All right, take a swag.
around here.
Yeah,
That look good.
well, but also it was back in the back.
Back.
Yeah, back in the back. But
You can stand up and get on your right.
the only thing that is not flooded is the driveway, because it's built it up real high. You can see how the driveway is built up there. And it floods, I guess, probably all the way to the trailer, because they were talking about the porch having water in it to,
Yeah, what I don't know is this what area?
Yeah, what's this? What that? Okay.
Yeah, look right here.
yeah, I was probably right. I mean,
Putting the driveway there?
The driveway.
The driveway's on,
fine.
the driveway's north, or
Yeah, but
west of that.
how many square feet is it? 0.4 acres?
Is that right?
That sounds right.
So whatever.
Does that say 0.64
It
acres?
says 0.64.
So that is. 27,000 square feet on a $40,000 square feet parcel, so you're looking at potential flooding of, yeah, it's pretty large, maybe a little steep. Scott, go to 2007 real quick. 2007 is the worst flood year since, well, since this year. Sometimes you can get a good picture. Sometimes. So, no, try the other year, try the other. Oh, let's see. No, okay. Just checking.
It's dry.
Yeah, that was, yeah, that
And that's
was,
before we.
that, yeah, I heard.
The problem with this is this, okay? 2007 is a terrible flood year for the county. And your property is not flooded in 2007.
No.
And that's an issue because it's what I'm telling you is if you go around the county in 2007, you will see flooding everywhere. So I'm backing out of this because what I'm saying is that it doesn't look like your property floods as bad as we're saying that it does. Because in 2007, properties that flooded were underwater across the county. So I'm just trying to back out of that thing. I was hoping that we were going to see water. Yeah.
Well. So what we're pondering is just the land back in 2022 to last year, 14.7. We gotta go with that. If you take half, if you take 55%, 28, even 50%, 28, back to 14, so that's, you know,
What you thinking?
Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay. So that means that we're gonna do.
No, wait a minute.
Okay, that's, we're on.
Do you have-
2548.
I'm looking for 25.
It's right here. It's right here. Right now.
Okay, I see.
Do you have anything else you'd like to add to the discussion?
All of what it boils down to, that's the valuation, and they have not decided on.
This land was valued at how much?
This year, 28,200.
No, I meant the amount. You said the 65 cents on the other property.
Oh, per square foot? We have to go to the card. Hey, guys, can we bring up the card on this so we see what the price per square foot is?
We actually didn't do that.
Huh?
We didn't even do our, it's okay.
1.5 acres.
What's the price per, what's the value? It's, 30,000 an acre.
Up to 1.5.
That's 1.5. So in this case, it's 30,000 multiplied by 0.9. Giving you 28.
Point 94
That's how many acres it is, 0.94.
and,
Times 30,000, should be 20.
But how much square foot? I think that's.
So.
43,560.
So we do.
Mine does not.
That's 64, 46.
What percentage is it?
$1.45.
No.
Wait, is that right? I didn't get that right. Did I?
That,
Hold on. No, I did that wrong.
Seems high.
Yeah, I divided the wrong number. 68 cents.
68 cents.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
That sounds good.
I went the wrong direction. It's really.
The price per square foot is 68 cents.
and the other one was 65 or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the only thing I can say is that it floods. It's flooded and I've lived out there at the property since 1970.
Yeah, we moved in there in 1970.
And it's the year that it flooded, I forget what year it was. I don't even know, 2007, 2008. It flooded all the way up to, you can see where that other trailer was. It was right here on there, or right here on there. And it flooded all the way up into here. But, I don't know.
Yeah, because it's trying to do it.
Okay, so what we're proposing is to take 55% off land because of the flooding.
Yeah.
That would, at least by my calculation, be 53,670, which actually is just a tad lower than last year. So we would suggest it's going back to last year to accommodate the flooding.
Okay.
Pretty good. All right.
Do you have anything else you want to add? Ray?
No, sir.
Okay, because we kind of got off track on.
A lot.
So I want to make sure that everybody gets, to say that they know.
Yeah, we're good. District is fine.
Okay. Okay, so I'll move on, case ID 2021-1577, count 28090, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 67,150 to 53,700.
All in favor? Okay, just roll it back to last.
I'm sorry.
To take account of the flooding, we rolled it back to last year's.
Last year's.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes sense, understand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hearing is closed.
I don't understand. I didn't know what we said.
It's a tough concept.
Yeah, we have one more.
We have more? More?
Just one more. One more. Might have to take that. Yeah. She is from Texas, of course.
Next one.
I don't know, I think that's right now. My grandson. Had about 38. Where's he at? He's
That's kind of funny, because I was thinking you were kind of familiar. I'm Picarati.
Pick Ross and
I was gonna say.
that's where I'm related to Pick Ross. Well, my girlfriend was longest doing this. Okay. Lyman. Yeah, Pick Ross.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I thought she was.
Yeah, we all kind of look alike.
where did you find your?
Yeah.
What's next?
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on. There's a couple that Amy was telling me about that were some, there's only one left.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah.
Struck out on something. That's okay. Hey, check mics on.
I didn't have one to do.
Oh, I just see it. Raise the temperature.
Yeah, right. Like putting the CAD in the microwave. Right now, like,
Today, how about
Sorry.
you?
What does that mean? Okay, so. No, it's only 10:40.
Will
It's
Steve
10:38.
keep low or?
Case is 1124.
Bill's got his lights on page.
All right, kind of aggressive there.
I'm the short version. Short version.
I will not that aggressive.
Which one?
Sharp pen.
Oh, I never did
All
that.
right, at one point, they're gonna let you go in, they're gonna want you to say that, and I'm gonna use that.
Morning. Are we ready?
Come here.
Okay, we're opening here. Case ID 2021-1124. Account number 31139. We have some administrative to go through. Just bear with us for a while.
So I protest the incorrect phrase market value and Q2 values unequal compared with the property. Okay, which, you know, nobody.
Okay, got it.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. You do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The review board is the four of us around the table here. We will have a district representative, we hope. Then it's a construction. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/arson survey. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created, sent to you by snail mail. It will not only include our determination, but also what measures you can take. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that's not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you turned in all your evidence? ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, 12 hours to someone swear. I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.6.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, on where that I communicated with person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I just do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I read that through this.
I am obligated to ask you the appraisal.
Yeah.
So we have the procedure that we're gonna follow throughout the hearing. There are two columns because you get to choose whether you speak first or whether Ray speaks first for the district. Which would you prefer? Okay. 5 minutes.
Ray, just to reiterate, it's Q1, Q2.
Thank you. Right, so we've got a copy of the country club on Oak Street. And just motor on to the grid, that's, we have a Q1 and a Q2, so we'll go to the sales comparison. Grid, subjects, 5 MV, roughly 2,000 square feet. And that's a $55,000 lot. The first comp is also 5 MV. MV, it's a little bit smaller, but it's not that much smaller. It's 100 square feet or so. It sold for $265 in December of 20. And after making adjustments, it adds a little bit of value to the MA there to adjust for the difference in size. And then there's a little bit difference in the garage size. Like with the few square feet, it's, adds a little value and takes a little value away on the porches because the subject property apparently just has one porch. And so this porch on the first comp porch and porch deck, it's removing that value to compare it. Renders a value of 276 for this comparison. Second comp is on Fairway Oaks. It's a 5 MV, it's almost the same square footage. The same things going on here, making adjustments. Sold for $290 in December of 2020. Renders a value of 318. Second, our third comp is on Cherry Hills. This is a consideration, so this is the loan amount. Sold in May of 2020 for $585. We don't know what the down payment was, or it was, we just don't know. So for $285, consideration, 5 MV, it's a little bit larger, comes out to $291. It's 300 square feet bigger. So there's some adjustments in there for size. It's the effective age, you'll notice is older. And then the next cell is on Fairway Oaks, 277, 2020, 5 MV, a little bit smaller. 283 is the rendered value. And the last comp is on trailer. So for 269, 5 MV, a little bit larger, a bit newer, makes its adjustments. Gives you a median value of 290, 321. We have a market value of 286. There's, the country club had a lot of sales. There's a lot of data here. There's a lot of things, a lot of sales. It looks like the appraiser did a good job. I don't see that any of these are, not for certain, but it doesn't look like to me that any of these are on fairway versus off fairway. Many of them are in the exact same neighborhood, that 5212 neighborhood. Comp number 1, comp number 3, comp number 1 and comp number 3, comp number 5 kind of is on trailer. So it's the same 5212 part of the country club that it is on trailer. So it's a little different. Trailers are busier. Okay. So then equity approach, Henderson and Cherry Hills, 5 and B, 2,000 square feet-ish. Everything is pretty close there. Very small adjustments, hardly anything going on in the accounts. There's some uniformity mixed into the country club because of building requirements for things that kind of end up being similar. So the complement of 3 is a 5 also, a little bit smaller. You'll notice that there's just very little adjustment going on here in these comps. 15,000 on one, 8,000 on one, 12,000 on one. Renders a value of 287, 839. The appraisal district, just based on this data, doesn't seem that this is a $286,000 house. That's all I have.
Okay, Patricia, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine or ask, bring any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
I guess one of my first one is like, do you not do upgraded pictures for houses as well? Because the picture that's on my house is like when it was first built back in 1999.
So the answer to the upgraded picture question is it depends on the appraiser. If I am in the field, we do not update photos. If Scott and some of the other guys are doing the work, they're much better at it. It's very tedious. And we have essentially about 3 of us that appraise the entire county every year.
Okay.
And so if we taking photos, believe it or not, is a lot of work for us. We don't have a streamlined system. We actually end up having to handle the photos 2 or 3 times just to get it into the account. Again, it's based on the, if you talk to Mike, he wants us to take a picture of everything.
Yeah.
But I get it.
Yeah.
A lot of our photos actually come up with listings. We steal photos from listings.
Okay.
That's kind of how we do things. That's kind of how I do things. Some of the other guys.
Okay. I guess basically that's the only question I have on that one. I kind of get the houses that have sold, some of them, like the one right down the street from me, basically that one on Oak Tree. Just a couple of these different, but you know, with the price difference, I guess I was just trying to figure out why, you know, it sold it that much, but then mine's so much higher. And there were a couple more, I thought, but I guess they're not on here. I tried finding them too that were sold on my street too. But I guess my big thing is I was just going against other taxes, trying to just get it in line with what some of the other houses on my actual street are being appraised at in their market value than these ones that have sold. But I do see a bunch of those that they are smaller, you know, an older house, like younger house, like the one on Henderson. You know, it's quite a bit newer than my house, almost the same square footage. Which must have far. And I got what you were saying. There's a lot of different ups and downs and always in the country club, but and really that's about all I have.
Is that it?
Yes.
You ready? You got 2 minutes for cross-examining?
The property that Ms. Smith's talking about on Oak Tree is in the equity grid. And, you know, it's the same class, it's smaller, it's maybe 200 square feet smaller, or maybe not quite 150 square feet smaller, and slightly older. So it's got 5 years more depreciation, and couple that with the 150 square feet or so difference in square footage of the house. You know, that's the difference. You know, that's why there's more than one comp going on. Like we're comping more than one place. And we were careful on our equity bid to stay in that 5212 neighborhood, stay with class 5 homes, and to be careful to not, you know, have a really large square foot. You know, the country club, although it looks different, the uniformity is actually pretty good because of their requirements. So, the equity grid says 287, and then I think our sales grid said, 290. Those are really close together. What that's telling us is that the appraisal district pays attention to the country club, and that buyers are, it's very consistent. You're not ever really getting a deal, then potentially you're not really ever paying too much. So again, the appraisal district opinion is this: Ms. Smith decided that Aransas County was nuts. I'm getting out of here. I'm going to sell this place. She would at least get $286,000 for her house. That's what we're saying. That's it.
Okay, Patricia, you have 2 minutes for any rebuttal.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking what he was saying. I understand that. I guess I just look at, last year my house depreciated, and then all of a sudden 1 year, my house is worth $30,000 more when I have an absolute positive nothing to this house. This house, originally nothing has been done to it since it's been built. And I just have a hard time understanding how it can depreciate and then have these improvements of absolutely nothing. 1 year it's great, 1 year it's worth less, and then the next year, here you go, and you haven't done anything at all to the house at all. Not one single thing to it. So it's kind of a mind, just kind of hard to wrap that around, that it can appreciate unless you don't do anything to it. It can go up $30,000 opposed to it.
It's driven by market value.
Right.
The country club right now is just
Right now.
totally hot market. And things are selling for sure. You put your house in the market.
Yeah, I understand. And I went back and I looked at actually the tax records on basically the houses on my actual street, which my other ones aren't, just looking at what the market value on each of those houses are, just even not even looking at that, just to see if I'm in the same range as my next door neighbor or for example, one that sold, things like that. And what I'm seeing is that my house is almost at least 6 of them, and basically the same square footages, give or take away the porch or this or that. It seems to be higher than the other ones, just on that portion. I mean, I understand this portion. I just don't understand the portion of where they are, the market values given, the appraised value given, actually in the tax records. That. And I guess that's kind of where I was looking at, just bringing it into the same area as the other houses in my, just actually in my neighborhood, and then I had 2 other ones, 2 over. That opposed to this.
Okay, I'll give you another minute in just a minute.
Okay.
Ray, you've got a minute for closing.
Yeah, sure.
If you need it.
My closing would be that we don't think very much has been done with the house. We think that since it's been built, it's received a new roof. Probably compliments of Hurricane Harvey. That's all we think that has been done to the home. When we do comparison stuff, when we look at our neighbors, there's things that come into play, class and appreciation that come into play. Square footage, even 100 or 200 square feet can matter. If it's not put into a grid and we just look at it as a total number, can make it seem like we're overappraised or even underappraised, but it's because we're actually not doing the work of comparison, dealing with appreciation, dealing with class, and dealing with square footage. It makes a difference. So we did raise her area. The reality is, I think we raised about 75% of the entire county. So, yes. Everybody in this room.
And am I reading this right too, that there's 150% neighborhood adjustment?
Neighborhood adjustment. That may even be brand new for all of us, Scott. I mean, that may just be, that may be a completely new adjustment. I'm not sure.
So that affected everybody.
That's everybody. That's everybody in 5212.
Market overhead depreciation.
Yeah, by far.
Exactly. Okay, Patricia, you got 1 minute to close if you need it.
No, I'm fine. Just like I said, I'm just trying to get my house, get it back kind of more in line with what all the other houses are on my block after looking at the different square footages and the different, because there's such a great difference as you can see here with, and the other houses. I almost have found that mine is basically appraised, the market value is one of the highest ones on the street. And these are all, other than the last two, are all just my neighbors. I mean, you saw the one before that was appraised down to $201, $201,000, and $60,000 more. Majority, all of these are all appraised higher than mine. And we're basically all, give or take, as you said, we're all within the square footage. I mean, it seems to make a big difference here, but as you kept saying, it didn't make such a big difference on the comps, you know.
Well, specifically that the comps were adjusted.
Okay. Gotcha. All of these, they're all considerably lower than mine. And like I said, these are all literally for same street. I took two of them out. Two of them are on Peachtree, which is 2 streets over from me.
Okay. Start time. Great. I'll just make one other comment because I know that the ups and downs can be confusing in terms of what is accommodated. And that's where the grids, which you don't generally have access to the level of detail that they show. But the grids are helpful from that standpoint, both in market and equity comparison, to add and subtract values to the subject as it compares to a comp, to account for age, appreciation, different features, square footage, all that kind of stuff. So that's why the numbers seem fairly good in this case for justifying market and equity values district. Bill, you got anything to add?
Just I'm looking at her comps that they're plus or minus 200 square feet. She's at 286, 287, and her neighbors, her comps are at 207, 210. The 200s, 1900s, 2000 has a main area, has a garage, utility. It's 4 MD, 75. That's age is it's quite a bit older. It's quite a bit older. 116 Oak Tree. 2200 living area. Concrete. I'm not seeing effective age. I'm just seeing year old. Scott, can we look at that house, please?
116 Oak Tree.
It's 31140.
Thank you. I don't know. It's just look at the property card. Yeah, I wanted to see.
So you can see the effective age is probably a big factor in the difference. 1967?
87.
87. Yeah, versus 2004.
Right. Main area, task garage. Main area's task garage, covered porch, covered porch, and then some concrete. Concrete on his, if she doesn't have his is valued at 220. Which is that split? His is one.
Yeah, that's the two biggies, the 4MB versus 5MB, and the age. That's the difference.
I get it.
Do you notice how cringe?
That's right next door.
Is there something wrong with it? There's something really weird in this
I
account.
don't know,
I was
honestly.
halfway
I
on
have
the
no
site for a
idea.
second ago. This is really weird. See, it was built in 87, but we're valuing it as 85. That's really weird. You don't know that there's some sort of, there's not a defect or something. So there was some appraisers in the past that didn't, I don't know that they necessarily understood physical adjustments. And when something was wrong with the house, they would reduce the effective, meaning they would make the house seem older to make this number go, to change the depreciation. I mean, you would know before I would know. I really don't. I mean, I didn't know if you
Doesn't
were
come
gonna-
out very often.
Yeah, I didn't know if you were gonna say, yeah. it's
And I've
weird.
only been next door to it for 2 years, so.
Okay,
You know,
it's
I
okay.
didn't know that.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not a big deal. It's just weird. That's an odd thing. in the account.
And I just want to see the difference in the age. What 80,000? So a little nicer house. Okay. It explains it.
Okay, so I'll move in on case ID 2021-1124, account number 31139, with respect to Q1, incorrect appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio at CD level of appraisal of equity that we maintain the 2021 appraisal at 286,890.
Sorry.
All in favor? Aye.
Thank you. For what it's worth.
So it's okay, I just gotta go see, no problem. Thank you.
Worth a shot. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
That it? The other, she said?
Beth kind of said that was it.
There are no more on the 10 o'clock docket.
Really? So does that mean the ones that are on our iPad, Scott, or whatever these things are? We have several accounts on here. Does that mean they're already closed?
They may have been settled or something else. I only bring mine up to show, I only show hearings on here.
So
So
you're showing active.
I only show actives, like, so I don't see all that junk y'all see because I just in the way. And so I see only that there's one hearing at 10 and that was it.
Find out right now.
You may have lunch.
What is the afternoon like?
Like possibilities, right?
Possibilities are in there?
Possibilities.
Afternoon had 7.
I know for sure, one guy has like 5 accounts and he's already putting his stuff in. We'll have him.
Oh, okay.
Thompson, yeah, the 130.
And Pete said? Is that what you're gonna do? Who's the agent?
No, it's the person.
Who's the
He has 5 accounts. Yeah.
Oh, it's private, and Gary. That was it.
Yeah. That one had a waiver sent and we haven't heard anything back. That might be in his email or something.
maybe.
Just come back with bells on. It's Gary Thompson.
Hello, this is Gary Thompson.
Hello, Gary. This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this afternoon?
Nice work, Beth.
Only the best hands work on Wednesday.
Gotcha. Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started. We're opening a series of hearings on properties owned by Gary Thompson. They're represented by case number 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, and 1953. This hearing is being recorded. Yeah.
Okay, 4 of them are online submissions and are protesting Q1 incorrect appraised value, appraised market value, and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded median level of appraisal. 1953 is not online, and the protest form is only Q1.
Okay.
Incorrect appraised market value.
Got that, Amy? That'll be the last one. Okay, we are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the Appraisal District. The Appraisal District is represented by Eamon today. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protests. Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveys ARB. This survey is voluntary, but we appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as it relates to case number 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, and 1953.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F as it pertains to case numbers 2021 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, and 1953.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. And this relates to cases 2021, 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, and 1953.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F relating to the cases 1877, 1878, 1879, 1880, 1953.
Gary, are you, all testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Gary, I'm assuming that you're under oath for the duration of this hearing as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. It's covering cases number 1953 and 1877 through 1880. By accounts.
Gary, are you a licensed appraiser in the state of Texas?
I am not.
Okay.
Do we have any evidence for agency? And if the others have evidence. 1870s.
Which one is it? Which one is it?
1877. The
Yeah, I have no evidence.
Gary? Did you submit evidence for, account 31,895?
For account 31,895?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, I did.
I'll double check on it.
Okay, we got to go hunt it down. Do you have access to, or do you have in front of you the hearing procedure times? It's a chart.
I do.
Ah, very good. In that case, we just need to wait till this evidence appears. And then you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first.
See if we submit evidence beyond what you submitted, maybe he thinks this is the only evidence he submitted.
Which would you prefer?
Well, it would depend on which case we start with.
1870, we'll open the hearing on 1877, account 31,895.
Yeah, let me ask real
I
quick,
would,
let me ask real quick, Gary. Did on 1870, well, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
no, sir, you have priority.
Okay, for 1877, which is account 31895, we only have at the moment a protest form. Did you submit any other evidence for that account?
Yes, sir, I did. I submitted, affidavit form 50-283 along with 10 additional pages of evidence, giving 12 total.
Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure that we're not, and she's looking to see right now with where it is and make it available to us. If you want, we can start with another one.
Yeah.
Other than 1877, is there?
If it pleases the court, I could resubmit that information.
Let's not worry about it just yet.
Well, that's one to look for, see what was happening with it.
Is there another account that you would like us to start with other than 1877?
Yes, there is. And I think it will be, I think it'll be one of the easier ones.
Like easy.
Yes, it would be case number 1953.
Okay.
And there's evidence.
Yeah, and 1877 just showed up, so okay.
Which one is
Well, then, let's,
1953.
with all due respect, I opened the hearing already on 1877.
Oh.
So,
close that?
I,
We got evidence for it now.
what?
We
have
have
evidence
evidence
for
for it now.
We do.
Okay, so
There
to
it
lay all of our confusion here, we're gonna start with 1877, account 31895. And then we'll jump to.
Yeah, I opened the hearing already and there are laws associated with not closing it.
Okay.
So Gary, we're doing 1877, 31,895. What would you prefer? Who do you prefer goes first?
I think on this one, it would be best interest of all parties if I went first.
That's fine. You have 5 minutes to state your case.
Thank you. For my 5-minute presentation, I would like to do a summary form and start at the end first.
Okay.
This unit is a 3-bedroom, 2-bath unit on the 2nd floor. It was assessed in the year 2020 at $208,710, as seen on page 3, and it's proposed at $229,120. Because this unit received damage during Hurricane Harvey, and most of the structure is controlled by the HOA as commons, including the walls, doors. These repairs have not been completed, although the insurance settlement was recently settled. Pictures of this damage has been provided in pages 7 through 12, showing where we have cracked walls, cracked floor, and it centers around the patio glass on the balcony. And we have contacted the HOA, and they have given guidance as to wait until they're ready, because if we do anything wrong, anything at all, we'll not only be liable, but there's no guarantee of reimbursement. So with that, we request that the reduce the last year's 287.10, which had been approved at that time.
We lost you just for a second.
That concludes my presentation.
Okay,
He just wants to go back to last year's.
okay.
Yeah.
Amy?
Are these pictures current?
You need to come over here and,
Are the pictures that are included in the evidence, are those up to date?
Are y'all still there?
yeah, we're here.
Yeah, we lost you for a second. Eamon's asking you a question.
Can you hear me?
That scared me. They got real quiet there for a minute.
Are you hearing me okay?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are the pictures in your evidence, are those recently taken or what?
They are unchanged since the time they were taken last year.
Okay. All right. I agree with him, it's fine. Nothing's changed, nothing's changed.
You agree with him to roll it back?
Okay, whatever the value was last year.
Okay,
Make a motion.
Okay, we're gonna cut to the chase. We're gonna roll it back. So, I'll make a motion on case number 2021-1877. Account 31895 with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity, that we reduce the 2021 appraisal from 229,120 to 208,710.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Opening case 2021-1878. Account 46564. 1021 Water Street. Gary, who would you like to go first?
Okay, which case are we doing now?
Case 1878, account 46564.
Okay. This was the one. I was gonna let y'all go first.
All right. Damon?
All right, 46564. This is a condo. Make sure this is right, looks like within the reef. The note says unit not complete 1/1/2020. 21 of 2020. Okay, so that was a year ago. And last year's market value, $130,000. There's a note in the property card saying complete, add years for rebuild. The subject is 86 and it was updated to 1996. It's been rebuilt. There was notice at 268,900. All right, here's the sales grid. We have sales in Laguna Reef. The first comp is exactly like the subject. It is just down the hall, same square footage. Actually, it might be on a different floor. Subject is at 407. This is apartment 306. It's sold in.
Are these the ones that we need?
Yeah, they're 621 square feet. And so one of them sold in December 18th, so only 20 days before the date of appraisal, for $271,900. We have another one that sold after the date of appraisal by about 3 months for $274,550. And there's no adjustments on either of those because they're exactly like the subject. The next one is number 121. It's also 621 square feet. And it sold before in September, isn't that right? For $185. So if you put those in chronological order, it's $185, $271, $275. Let's see, what is the deal? Why is this having an adjustment? Oh, okay, there's an adjustment from the comp number 3 is the first floor. Okay, because it's apartment 127. So the higher up you go, obviously, the more it's going to be worth because people want to see stuff. So our sales are on the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, and 1st floor, and the subject is on the 4th. The median value is $271,900. It was noticed at $268,900. Equity-wise, there's other units just like it on the 4th floor that are noticed the exact same value, $268,900. Nothing different about this one. And the equity grid, the sales ratio report is for this area geographically. These are condos, so they're not houses. But that's it. That's where our notice value came from. It's based on the fact that it's done with construction, and that's what they're selling for. That's all.
Okay, Gary, you have 2 minutes to cross-examine or ask any questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'm going to give you 7 minutes.
Thank you. Do y'all have the evidence that I submitted today for this case?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. If you'll take that evidence and go to page 6 of 15.
Got it.
You'll see a picture of Laguna Reef, and this was a report that was made by the public adjuster following the storm. The reason why I wanted to include this was to show you that what I'm about to lead in cross-examining has been true for multiple years. With that, if you will turn to page page 10. And on page 10 in the table of contents, it talks about unit 407. And it says this unit does not exist. Now, it does technically because it was unitized with another unit 408, and I wasn't sure if the appraisal board was aware that they had been brought together in the same like, fashion, and form that 2 other similar units that are seen in the table of contents on page 7, unit 206 and 207, which assessed at $320,000 for both units combined, and we're requesting that our 407 be placed at 50% of that, which would be 160,000, or the categorization redone as they have done on the web page for the same unit. In summary, do I still have time?
You have 4 minutes.
Okay, in summary, 407 was a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, left-hand unit that ceased to exist when joined with the tangent unit 408. It was assessed at $130,000 in 2020 when it had no walls or flooring, and we request that $268,900 be reduced to $160,000, pending flooring, trim, texture, and paint as of December 31st. This lesser amount is the 50% equivalent to apartments 206 and 207, 2 units that were combined in like kind and were assessed with a sum total of $320,000, both in 2020 and proposed for same in 2021. Last of all, for any clarifications that might be needed, there is a picture of this combination on page 12. The picture of this combination on page 12, and on page 13 shows the website information of the comparable unit 206 and 207 having the gross amount of 320. And then showing on page 14 and 15, if someone were to place $268,900 on 407, and then again do the same on 408, you would be, in effect, putting an appraised value of $537,800, making it the most overpraised property at Laguna Reef. And I think that's a clerical error.
Okay, so
That's my cross-exam.
What time?
you have 4 minutes.
Okay, Scott, do we have an adjustment in 46531?
I'm sorry, say which one?
Account 46531. The one that's also been unitized.
It has an ARB ruling on it.
For this year,
Yes.
but there's nothing in the account for the improvement, like, doesn't have an improvement percentage.
It has a specific thing for it because it is an unusual account. It has a 220 mass, and the reason I hate talking because I'm not on the thing here. I should swear in. Well, the issue is with this one is this is counted as 2 units of one.
You gotta swear in.
Well, I mean, you can just display it up there. I'm trying to say, is there a percentage or is there, like, how did we reduce the value on it? I just want to look at that account. I'm thinking whatever we do to the other ones, we'll do that to this one.
This is gonna be a future one that we aren't supposed to hear. Huh? I thought that was what Scott was.
No.
No.
Just,
I heard.
I mean, like in the improvements or something, is there anything reducing the value of this thing, or is it done through?
Is that a question for me?
No, we're talking among the district personnel.
Is that having any effect on this? Like, I don't think it is, right? The unit price doesn't change.
It does.
Oh, it does? It's show schedule. You can actually see that.
Where, sorry, point again.
Right here. And then just go through these things.
Through the tabs.
Yeah. There are a bunch of them. Yeah. Go back. Just do the first one. This one. All right, so we got, there we go, 128, 118, 622 square feet. It's not even gonna hit that. So I mean, it's not even gonna hit this thing. It's literally 1 foot shy of hitting that. Okay, well, I would suggest that we just set the value to get it right, and we'll put it up in the account, we'll figure out how to fix it in a more future-proof way when we have time. It's outside the scope of this hearing to figure out how to manage it, so it calculates correctly forever. But yeah, we'll put a similar value together.
So what are you saying, we take 160?
Yeah, I think that is right for this one. 320. What's that? Yeah, because it's half of 320.
Yeah.
That's what this unit, what's the total value of this one currently?
Well, it's
268. 268. It should be that. It should be whatever the total value, the market value of this one, they should be the same. Because they're the same type of thing. We're just saying you do it equitably.
what are we're looking at 206, 207 here?
Yeah.
Okay.
206 and 207 should be the same dollar amount, right?
That's the supposition.
Market value
I think you'll see that on page 13.
Market value
The
320.
issue is this one is 2 units as included in one PID.
320. Okay, so yeah,
That's the issue.
160 each.
160.
160.
Okay.
Okay, so on case ID 2021-1878, account number 46564, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of an appraisal. I move that we lower the 2021 appraisal from 268,900 to 160,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Gary.
Now, we're going to do the same thing on 1879, right?
Close this one.
Yes, I understand.
I can go first on 1879.
Okay, wait a second. Opening a hearing on case 2021-1879, account 46585. Go ahead.
46565.
565.
Okay.
You gotta put it in Braille for me.
Tongue got caught.
Okay, Gary, go ahead.
Everything mentioned and evidence submitted in the previous case, 1878, applies and is directly related to case 1879.
Got it.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Now, I did overhear somebody ask a question.
There was no question.
There was no question, okay? I stand corrected.
No question.
I have no unanswered questions.
Okay, so consequently, on case 2021-1879, account 46565, With respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value, I propose that remove that we lower the 2021 appraisal from 268,900 to 160,000.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, Gary, we're on to opening a hearing 2021-1880, account 46569.
Okay. I would like to go first on this one.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Okay, this is a incomplete condo, a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, right-hand unit on the 4th floor that was assessed in 2020 at $130,000 because it had no walls or flooring, and currently it has a 2021 proposal of $268,900 that we asked be reduced to $186,380, which was pending the flooring, trim, texture, and paint in December. And this lesser amount, $186,380, happens to be equal to similar units in the building in 2020. If you will look at the evidence provided, you'll notice on page 3, last year's assessment at $130,000. This year's proposal is $268,900. And when you go to page 4, you see that we still have the interior damage that had been improved upon, but we still lack the floors, the trim, texture, and paint. So we're almost there. Page 5, you can see where we've been spending money since the first of the year. And then on page 6, again, the public adjuster's diagram showing what the unit looks like, but mentions to the left where it says in red, where it was gutted down to the metal studs after the storm. So we asked that the appraised value be the equivalent of other similar units based on last year's at the $186,380, because we still had work pending to complete. We're good there.
Okay, Amy, you got 7 minutes.
Case 46569. We are on 46569, right?
Yes, we are.
Okay, yeah. We don't need to scroll through, Scott. I agree. Our evidence reflects this property being 100% complete, which he's testified it is not. So 186,000 is fine.
186,380.
186,380. Okay.
Okay, with respect to, I move that on case 2021-1880, account 46569, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal or equity value, that we reduce the appraisal from the 2021 appraisal from 268,900 to 186,380.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Case is closed. Opening hearing on case 2021-1953, account 46627.
Okay, give me a second here.
On the top of page.
Yeah, I just want to double check.
46527, beg your pardon.
46527, right? 1953. Okay, so the others were online submissions. This was a paper submission, and you only protested Q1 incorrect appraised market value.
Okay, Gary, you want to go first or you want Amy to go first?
For case 1953?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes, this should be the last of our cases.
yes.
And again, I would ask to go first in constraints of time.
Go ahead.
This is a mirror image of the previous case, 1880, that we just discussed. And in this one, it is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath, left-hand unit located on the second floor. It was appraised in 2020 at $130,000 with no walls or flooring. We request the proposed $268,900 be reduced to $186,380, pending the floors, trim, texture, and paint that was needed in December. This lesser amount is equal to similar units in the building that were assessed in 2020. If you look at the case evidence on page 3, it shows last year's assessment of 130, this year's proposal at 268,900. If you then go to page 5, you see where we have been ongoing this year, completing the work in this unit. And if you go then to the last page, page 6, once again, the public adjuster diagram and the words in red to the left that talk about this unit was completely demo gutted down to the studs after the storm. With that, I rest my case.
And this is another unit that's not complete yet.
That is correct.
Just like the last one.
Yeah.
Now, let me be accurate, since I'm on oath. It is 99% complete as we speak, but it was not in December. As a matter of fact, I didn't add this to the case study, but we had a very unfortunate event of an individual dying in the unit on December the 27th, and caused a lot of damage at that time. But the evidence that I presented is mirror image to the case previous to it. Same size condo, the difference being this one is a left-hand, 1-bedroom, 1-bath.
So as of
The other is
January,
a right-hand.
so as of January 1st, there was considerable amount of work that was not completed.
Yes, sir. We even had to call and hire a biohazard team out of Corpus Christi with the assistance of the Rockport Police.
Okay. All right. Eamon?
I agree for the same reasons as the last case.
Okay.
Okay, I will move that on case ID 2021-1953, account number 46527, with respect to Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that the 2021 appraisal of $268,900 be reduced to $186,380.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Gary, that's it.
168, 380.
180. Disagree on, but.
186, 380. Well, you said it was gonna be easy.
Well, I'm glad it turned out well. I'm sure y'all get into some difficult situations, and I don't know what they pay you, but
Nothing.
it's not enough.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Have a great day.
You too. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's the end of the 1:30.
It's done.
Only 2 cases at 3 o'clock.
What happened? Seems like somebody, I sort of remember a shooting.
Sounds like it. Sounds like something gunfire related, right?
But to call biohazard and stuff like that, you would think that they would.
Blood.
I think he means like a crime scene cleanup. They have to get human, what do you call it? But it's like fluids or whatever. So doing, make sure not to have any kind of danger of bloodborne contact. Somebody's not trained to do
If
it.
it was a workman or if somebody was I was gonna ask if somebody was staying there, if they were staying there.
Could have been suicide.
That's what it seems like.
Certainly would affect the value because it has to be disclosed now.
Really? Yeah, it's true. Wonder if people they get an adjustment for having a school groups. You know what? That's a good point. Most of these are short-term rented, so maybe it was a short-term tenant.
If it was not complete, and the doors were not secured, it could have been just somebody who went in and unannounced.
Possibly, yeah.
Because
I was gonna ask if they looked at that.
the pictures in the report should indicate that there were problems with the doors. So it may have just been
The report was from 2017 or 2018. The report's not current. That's a 2018 report.
they said it hadn't been fixed, and might not have been secured.
Yeah. I'm not talking about this specific case, but I was surprised when people started finding this conduct.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Well, I
Yeah, I remember the first time I was ever in one of them was I was a kid, my brother and I were riding our bikes over here by Brock's, whatever it is now. Good ways away from our house on Downey Drive, and we saw these 2 guys walking, and we talked to them, they had bikes, they were Mormons. And we just like, hey, what's going on? And they came to visit our house, and apparently Dad's on the list for Mormon missionaries where it's like they tell them, don't go talk to this guy because he'll talk your ear off and he's never going to be Mormon. Like, it'll just take a ton of time and stop. I'll knock on his house. And they have a list for that, or people who told them, like, for real, don't ever come to my house again, or some more people who've been, whatever they call it, kicked out of the Mormon church. Well, so it's kind of a weird circumstance that they started hanging out at our house. And they do boxing training with us, and paint the house, and they do all kinds of cool stuff with you guys. And their Mormon overlords, whatever their next superior person was called, was staying in these things in Laguna Rica. It was the first time I'd ever been in one, and I was a kid. I thought it was the coolest thing in the world because they were like living in a hotel room, and it was like the view of the water. Man,
about this thing.
Yeah, I had a family member who had a Class A motorhome. My dad's sister married a guy who worked for the Good Sam Club for like 40 years. He has all the perks. And so they just motorhome around, and they would visit every once in a while. And I thought their Class A motorhome was like the coolest thing. Just a house that you can drive around.
Some of those big ones are gorgeous.
Yeah, just the whole concept of like just park it wherever you want, and then you're just on your couch having a snack, and you look out the window and you're at Baja, Mexico one time, and then Alaska another. It's
I have friends who do that. They live in it. It's their home.
yeah.
That's what they go to Florida and work on Alaska or something. They have another one there. They say they don't drive.
Yeah, my aunt and uncle live in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. But they just take off and they go to Alaska and then Baja. Sometimes on the way back to New Hampshire, they come to Rockport.
A friend of ours, friend of a friend, was a full-time RVer, and he said that the mindset is different. If you're a full-time RVer, he says you can't like stuff.
Oh yeah.
No, you can't, because you can't have.
Because you can't take your stuff, right? So if you have a nice house, you have a big house with all your stuff, don't live that way.
Well, because everything in those things, some of those big ones, they're like close to $1 million.
Yeah.
They're like beautiful ones. Yeah, and they do all kinds of open space and stuff that you can't take. You don't have furniture, it's all built-in furniture. Right. So if you ever had anything in life like
Tools and
good
saws
luck,
and things you just can't have. Things like tools and saws.
Yeah, but they make places for that underneath.
Yeah, I know.
Space, because one of these guys.
But it's always
That's what he does, is he just does, he tinkers and stuff, makes
Yeah,
things.
yeah.
He's got every tool on the damn kite, there are all these things built underneath that slide out, and have all these tools in them.
My father used to love to tinker that kind of stuff. When we were kids, he got it was just a trailer body that he built, a boxy kind of thing. And we go camping. And that was back in the days when we have, the huge tents that you would set up that would, all of our family would be 5 of us, or 3, 4, 5, 6 of us, right? We'd all be in this one
You
huge
know how
tent.
many are in your family?
Like I lose count sometimes. But he had actually gotten boxes, cardboard boxes of a certain size and shellacked, use shellac and stuff so they would last. They wouldn't just deteriorate in humidity and stuff like that. And there was a sequence that you would put these boxes in so that they would all fit, in the trailer. Okay, you had
For
to,
each kid?
well, I don't remember what all we had, it was like for food and cooking.
Like
and-
totes.
Yeah, right, exactly.
They were like totes, commercial totes.
We had, oh God, I remember just we went all over the place. We go to the place I remember, of course, we lived in New York at the time where I grew up, and I love Cape Cod. And as you go out on Cape Cod, on the section that runs east-west before it swings around, there was a state park, Nickerson State Park. Coolest state park even in my whole life I ever stayed in, because and you get there, we time our arrival to be, it was really late at night because it'd be a huge line of people wanting to get in. You couldn't get a reservation. So we'd set up our camp, and the state park had a huge freshwater lake, clearest freshwater you'd ever seen.
Cold.
It wasn't, the fresh water wasn't cold.
Oh, the ocean's freezing.
So you could go and, you go 5 miles to the north and you'd be in the bay, like a bathtub. And you go 5 miles to the south and you'd be in the ocean with 54-degree water. So it's like you just had a little bit of everything and within a very short area.
I went to Massachusetts for 20 years, went to college there.
Uh-huh.
Went to college in Massachusetts and lived up there.
Neat area. Not like that anymore, I don't think.
It's too crowded.
Yeah.
And there's only 2 bridges, that's it. They're all backed up forever on weekends. And it's a shame because not so much the North Shore, which is the cold water. Well, no, that's warmer.
The
It
ocean
never
side?
got as crowded as the South Shore, that's where
Yeah.
Aransas is. And, Now you can watch vineyard, bucket, and all that. It's a cool place.
Yeah, you go all the way around. I remember going up to, is it Race? Provincetown and Race Point, is it? Or
It's at the very, very.
yeah,
point.
very
That's-
exciting.
Provincetown is the very last town on that's those mountains.
Neat area. Charlie and I were on a business trip once. Aside from the camping I did as a little kid, even though I lived in New York, rarely got into Massachusetts. We were on a business trip to Boston, and it was in the fall. So he wanted to get some apple cider.
Of course.
So he got two gallon jugs of apple cider and had them in the room. We got them like the day we got there, and then we had business the next day or something like that. But during the day, it evidently got warm enough in the room that things fermented and exploded.
Oh, yeah, a gallon of apple cider, a lot of apple cider.
Yeah,
Those are more.
yeah, it's good stuff though. That and maple syrup. Love maple syrup.
That's from Vermont.
Yeah, yeah, Canadian stuff. We went, I forget what year it was, maybe 68, when they had the World's Fair, or they used to have World's Fairs.
They had the World's Fair in North in 68.
Well, there was one in Montreal back in the 60s. And by that time we had a tent camper, pull-out tent camper thing. And so we had stayed in one of these camping grounds that they set up at the World's Fair, which all it was these farmers would lease out their land. And so they had these huge fields, and they come down and put 2 gravel strips down their property, and people would come in and they had campsites set up and stuff like that with electricity. But 20, 30 acres going back this way, not real wide. And coming back, trying to find the campsites, as it wasn't labeled. What they did is every so often they would have a cross street in between these 2 gravel roads, right? So since the roads were, I think they were one way each direction or something. So you'd come and they'd have the bathrooms or the rooms set up on these cross streets. So you'd say, well, coming back, you come in and you go down 3 latrines and then take the cross street over and come back 3 campsites, and that's where your camper was. One night we came back late, it was dark and everything. Those bozos had moved one of the latrines. It took us about an hour to find our campsite. I was telling about the time, remember when we were in Boston and you got that apple cider that exploded in the hotel room?
Yeah.
Because you left it in there, and I guess it
was a big mess.
Oh, it did.
Do they even have World's Fairs anymore?
I have not, I don't think so.
I've never heard of one since.
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing you get is like
Washington
They had
or
one in
something.
Seattle, they had
Seattle.
one in Long Island,
San Antonio too, didn't it, at one time?
San Antonio.
Of course,
That's
there
one
were-
of the hemisphere. That's why there is a
Yeah.
That's the
hemisphere.
same thing with Seattle.
Seattle.
New York, never. built.
Flushing
Calgary had-
Meadows.
In New York, yeah.
They had the big globe kind of
It
thing,
was,
right?
still there.
Yeah,
Calgary, Alberta had one.
Yeah, so did I. I went to the New York one.
I did too. Yeah, I was in college.
But I haven't heard of a World's Fair in
I don't think they
my
have
entire
one.
adult life that I remember.
yeah, I was back in the 60s, I think, the last time I can recall. Didn't have it.
The state of the world now, I don't think
That's-
everybody
that
can
was
get
when
together.
New York was in the 60s. I was in college when I
Yeah,
went.
for the Tokyo Olympic.
That's a mess.
Isn't it though?
I don't know that I'm even gonna watch it. It's like
What's that?
the Tokyo Olympics or it's like the World's Fair. I mean,
The
they
trials were
can't
more
get it
exciting.
together.
No, half of them had a sick or have COVID or
Says Milan,
protesting the
held the
American
most
flag
recent-
or whatever else they're.
The Norwegian beach volleyball team got penalized or a abused because they refused to wear bikini bottoms, the girls. They wore like
Shorts.
board shorts. They look like, they were like tights, but they were shorts. Yeah.
Because they usually ready.
It's- Is the beach handball team. When they
all wear bikinis.
they, a lot of them do, but they've been wearing these shorts and their league has been paying their fines. They get fined every time they play out of the uniform, which is shorts, and the league's like, that's fine, we'll pay whatever fees you rack up. I'll wear what you want to wear. They're wearing basically the same thing the boys are wearing, as far as bottoms. And they were told that after their bronze medal match, that they'd be disqualified in the future if they were out of their list.
Do you want to provide on?
Meanwhile, there's like a Paralympic pole vaulter who was told that her bottoms weren't big enough. And she's like, you're like pole vaulting and bottoms and wearing for years, like.
It did.
Like she didn't design that or anything. There's a regular.
There's one right there.
Is that the Paralympic girl?
I took your pen.
I mean, it's weird. It's
By
so
the way,
inconsistent.
Ace.
I remember when the swim.
Sorry,
I took your pen.
They developed a
You did?
I took your pen from over there.
Oh, okay.
Because mine
But
ran out of ink.
they invented
Signing my
like
signature.
2 or 3 Olympics ago, they invented a suit that was made out of like super slick silicone and this high-tech stuff.
Well, or you want me just to give you the
The
page
men
when you
that were
sign?
in everybody.
Everybody.
It was like a full suit that went from head to toe.
Yeah.
And it was some polymer that,
It's anymore.
like Teflon or something, and it would just, they could, I mean, it cut through the water, there was no resistance.
Catfish is.
Now, that was illegal. Now, I mean, as according to the rules, that was gonna be illegal, and that's different, But just because they're not wearing.
It doesn't match what. I also think it's weird that the rules for their uniforms are not specified as being like minimums. They're specified as being like a specific, you have to wear this thing.
Yeah.
But as opposed to like, I think if you want to go compete at the Olympics in a business suit with a baseball hat on, you should be allowed to. You're not gonna win anything.
Well, if you.
It's a terrible idea, but no one should stop you from doing it.
Yeah, one of the last Olympics, there was a women's volleyball team from the Middle East, and they wore burqas. And they had to get special dispensation because the girls had to wear
Yeah,
head
there's like a
covering stuff.
basketball player and she wears.
Maybe it's basketball. Maybe it's basketball.
Basketball and tennis.
I vaguely remember it.
It's just a.
I don't think they did very
Last
well.
one.
Yeah.
I think they were pretty crummy.
It says Milan, Italy held the most recent World Expo in 2015. And Nur Sultan, Kazakhstan held the most recent specialized expo in 2017.
So that's like a World's Fair.
Yeah, in other places they call it the Expo, the World Expo. And it says Dubai was selected to host it in 2020, but was postponed due to COVID. And the next specialized expo is going to be in Buenos Aires.
Ooh, nice place. I like
If you're
it.
setting up a
Announced- they
table-
announced their
if you're
withdrawal,
setting up
no
a table
reschedule.
for tomorrow,
It's going to be somewhere
Friday,
else.
you can do
Next one, of course, is going to be in Dubai.
that. Because I stole it.
Oh, well, that was, yeah, well, he's in Robert's spot, so he's
I've
okay
never
for the
been to
week.
anywhere.
The first one was in Prague.
Because we don't know where the pins are, they're in a box. If nothing else,
My
we'll
bad.
still. Yeah.
And I think.
So you better guard your pin. If you have a pin, hold on to it. Yeah, I'm losing Post-its too, because I'm the only one that has Post-its. Everybody's coming to my office to steal my Post-its.
Yeah, so just being that, way, you know.
Did you have a chance to
She got,
look
and I'm sure she got one of their like, and they took her.
So
And I love Indian food, don't get me wrong, Indian food, I cook it every day. Really, making butter chicken.
Are they both mine?
most people,
Commercial or RD?
I didn't look at soy. Being a big meeting, and you walk out, it's something to skip.
That says she remembers talking under the different ages than other ones.
Yeah, they're probably not very good.
It's
My lawyer.
It's the same, it's the one that.
Selena.
Self my company lawyer
It's a different.
Yeah, it's not Selena.
was a retired JAG officer. He was a lieutenant colonel in JAG.
Oh, no.
And
You
he
checked
was-
this today, right?
This guy was so intense.
You did?
That's why I love him. He was just, he was so
But even if I didn't,
intense.
that's fine.
But he decided after trying to do some
It's a dangerous
basic
precedent.
real estate law that he was so fed up with the title companies in our county that he started his own title company. And he went to the courthouse and he went down into the, trying to figure out why, if I wanted to buy a piece of property today, why is it gonna take me 3 weeks with the title company to do all this research before I can close? I said, you know what? I'd be out of the mood. I just felt heck, you keep it. I don't need this anymore. And he said, if I want to buy something today, I want to close on it like tomorrow. And he said it was frustrating. So he went to the courthouse and he got all of the records going back to the 1800s, digitized, took them to India, and sent some young guys that were from the county and all went to college, community college, whatever. They were IT people. He sent them to India to work with these
He said that she had like a seat ticket.
IT companies in India that would help take the digitized county records and get them to 95% accurate, which is not good. 95% accurate in doing title work is terrible. That's terrible. So then there was another company that would take the 99% accurate and then go through and they would get it to 99.9% accurate.
Why were they trying to do that?
So that his new title company that he started would have complete access to this digitized stuff that he paid for fully, and he could do it like instantaneously. If you want to close on his property today, and there's not a whole lot of it, he could do a title. He could do a title search and make a decision, opinion on it. Huh? Yeah, no, he could do it like instantaneously. So anyway, my point is that he sent all these young IT kids that were grown up on chicken fried steak and mashed potatoes, you know, basic cowboy food and barbecue. Sent them to India. And they lasted. I mean, some of them it's in cartons and cheese crackers. They eat something that would be so hot, even though they're Albany kids that eat something so high, they would be sick from the bacteria that they don't have. That's how I would see India. I don't have any concern. I've traveled all over the world. But I do like to do.
That's okay, you can have that without going there.
Right. When they opened the Quinto, they had a party for the town, you know, like a chamber party or whatever. And they brought one of the relatives, one of the Bacta relatives from Houston, and they came in and catered it. Wow, real. Somewhat said, and I talked to somebody, he's like, you want the real stuff, eat that. But notice that it says hot in front of me. He said, this is the American version. This is
Very hot.
This is really for the Indians. So if you know, all of our family and stuff, it's just.
The Bactas are all from the same like 40-mile radius in India.
I think Bacta and Patel basically means hotel owner. I mean, seriously, that's really what it is. Singh, I think, is doctor. It's like a S-I-N-G-H, that's doctor. Most Singhs are doctors.
Yeah.
Most Patels and Bactas are hoteliers.
You know, one of my, I worked at a place, I was a sushi chef for a while. And it was funny.
What haven't you done?
Oh man, I don't
You sound like me. SME jobs.
I worked at this place, and it's funny, we had Asian people from everywhere but Japan. And it's funny because everyone would talk to them in Japanese, and like I was as Japanese as any of them were, but we had people from all over. And I found out when I was working there, and this seems kind of obvious in hindsight, like, you know those donut shops that are just kind of everywhere? Every city you go into, they have like the same kind of signs,
Donut King.
same deals, same.
I only get so many tiny donuts.
They said that there are organizations in China that basically teach you how to set up a business in the United States. But it's like, those are like a blueprint.
Yes.
And you go there and it's like, hey, do you want to do a dry cleaning place? Do you want to do a donut shop? Do you like, there's a nails place? The reason they're all the same is because they're literally going, okay, we're going to move to America. We're going to get our visas. We're going to do this stuff. We got to work there. And we, you know, what are we going to do for income? And they're like, hey, go over there and open up a donut shop in some small place. And they're like, well, I don't know how to run a donut shop. And they're like, here, buy this thing and use this sign. Here's what you should charge. Here's how to hire people. Here's your hours. They just set them up.
It works, right?
Cash. They're always cash for cash.
And what's funny is a lot of my, one guy worked with us was from Burma. And there are a shocking amount of HEB and other grocery stores that have the sushi places in the grocery store.
Yes.
The people working there from Burma. There's a ton of them because it was like this guy Ram and a couple of other.
They're not what they're from. I don't know, China.
Southeast Asia or something.
And the sushi's Japanese.
Japanese.
Yeah. Well, the way we do it, it's like, you know, sushi was not even that popular in Japan until after the American occupation. And then when Tokyo was being rebuilt, it was like street food. Americans liked it. It was cheap food, and then it came to the U.S. and it was popular in California because it was kosher. So it was popular among Hollywood, the Hollywood Jew community. They were eating kosher, and they could eat that.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why I always thought it was funny is that
Korea is also a big sushi place.
man, I could eat myself to death in Korea.
Good food.
Everything about Korea is great, but I think it's funny
I don't like kimchi.
Ooh, I like kimchi. Yes.
like sushi and pho are both, their origins are like street food, where it's like a working person buying a cheap meal, doesn't have time, and it's made in mass by some guy who's just on the street making the food. But for whatever reason, one of them is like $20 a bite, and the other one's a bucket the size of a paint can, and it's $4. That's crazy. It's just like totally arbitrary how we, because if you've ever made sushi at your house, which
I have all the things to make it with, because my
Called sushi love.
I used to spot his
You
wife
might
was
want-
Korean, and so she taught us how to make sushi and all the other things that they eat over there. Yeah, it's not expensive.
well, it ends up costing you the same as if you just go out to eat it. Like, because you have to buy,
So much stuff.
you buy so much weird stuff. Like, you don't have all this stuff on hand unless you do it on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And just like
rice
pho.
and, you know, avocados and fish and.
Yeah, all the flavors that
Yeah, you just need to
come
use
together.
a bunch of star anise, and you get a whole chicken, and you stick it in the thing, and you burn some onions, and you make this giant pot, and now you have 4 gallons of soup, and what do you want it for? But if you're selling it at a restaurant, it's pretty efficient and cheap. So they're pretty similar. I think it's just funny that we decided one should be dirt cheap, and the other should be incredibly expensive.
Sushi at HEB is actually good.
It is. It is. Yeah, I agree.
I like everything except the imitation crab. I don't like
Yeah.
that. No crab, imitation crab.
Cindy and I dated in college for quite a long time, and then we broke up. And we were apart for many years. And in my early 30s, I guess it was, we reconnected. And it was somewhere just after that we had an auto dealers convention, big national convention. There's like 5 cities that can accommodate that many of the SEMA and I mean of all the different people that that it takes a lot of hotel rooms and a whole lot of convention space to deal with the National Auto Dealers Association. So I took her to one. Don't remember where it was, but during the day we work real. I would work real hard, either buying equipment or technology or going to classes. We had great classes on how to run a business. But at night, all the manufacturers would throw these parties. And we were kind of looking into Mitsubishi for a franchise. So we finagled an invitation to the Mitsubishi of North America party. And they had sushi. I've never in my life eaten sushi. Never eaten sushi. Didn't think it sounded good. And Cindy called me all kinds of names because she'd go back to the sushi guy. And he would make, and he was a Japanese guy, and he was a really good sushi chef, and he was doing all the stuff. Cindy was standing there eating it. She said, eat this. And I was like, no, I'll take raw fish. And she's like, not really raw, just eat it. So I tried it. I was like, wow, this is good. I'm a sushi fanatic ever since. And then offshore fishing. I mean, you go offshore and catch a tuna. Just chop it up on the transom.
We did that in Monterey. Remember when the guy went down and got that,
Abalone?
no.
Oh, I don't like that.
No, not abalone. He got a,
You like that?
If it comes out of the
Scallop.
ocean,
Yes, that's.
I go to the Texas State Aquarium and get hungry.
yeah, remember that?
Really, I get to where I can't, I'm just like.
Abalone.
What was it?
Slimy.
Scallop.
Oh, scallops.
He brought up a scallop, a huge scallop. And cut it up and he had some soy sauce and some wasabi and mixed
Cook it or
it.
eat it raw?
Huh?
Eat it raw?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sushi bar that I worked at.
If it swims, I'll eat it.
We had, we were fortunate enough that we were in South Lake. And we had customers that would actually eat stuff. And most of the time, people hang it on the restaurant, whether or not they're selling this or that. But it's really more about the customers, because you could buy really weird, cool, exotic stuff, but it doesn't keep. And it's really hard to deal with. I mean, we would buy, we were just one of the places that could actually move stuff like live sea urchins and bluefin tuna. Bluefin tuna stuff goes bad in like 2 days, and it's like.
I tell you, even at HEB, you get the same thing, buy it.
Yeah, there's and it's just, it's so, the fat is so sensitive, especially when you get the stuff that's really high fat fish. You just don't have a whole lot of time, and the thing is, that fillet was like $1,200, and it's gonna go bad in like 2 or 3 days, so you gotta call people. We would literally call customers, and be like, hey, we got bluefin, it's special, we'll come in and we come and get it.
Mike McBurney and I playing in a tennis tournament down in Corpus. We went to Haka Sushi on Water Street.
On Water Street, yeah, that's
It was
right.
just he and I, and we went in, had a couple of beers probably before, and we got there, we drank a couple more beers, and we're sitting at the bar, sushi bar, and we're talking to the sushi chef. And he started making stuff and feeding it to us. Just make whatever, just keep it coming. And he said, I said, what do you suggest? And he said, have you ever had white tuna? And I said, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a white tuna. He said, oh, it's white tuna. It's very good. and he makes it up for us. And he puts it in front of us. And sure enough, it's like buttery and it's tight. It's pretty tasty. And I said, so
What is it?
I know that there's no such thing as a white tuna.
You're right.
Tuna's red.
Find out what it is.
And so he finally fesses up and says it's called escalar. And I said, escalar, I've heard that name before. And so I'm sitting there and I reach in my pocket and I pull it. This is only a few years ago. And we're playing in a tennis tournament and I've got to play, I think we both had to be on the court at 7 o'clock the next morning. And drinking beer and eating fish. And so I'm sitting there and I Google escalar. And the first thing that comes up, and it says in big letters, the X-lax fish. And apparently it has a certain type of fish oil in this fish. It's a deep, deep, deep water, weird looking fish, kind of like a Chilean sea bass.
It's not really tuna.
It's not even close to
It's a
tuna, but it
great
has,
bottom feeder.
but it has,
Yeah, Escalar, they call it super white tuna. It tastes like tuna belly, kind of.
it has the same consistency.
Yeah.
That's the only connection to a tuna is that
If you
it's
eat
the same
more
density.
than about a half a pound of it, so if you were to grill up an Escalar steak, you're probably not gonna make it back to your house. It's really that effective. It's like.
But I read
you gotta be
this
careful.
and I'd eaten several pieces, but I haven't eaten a half a pound.
Yeah, you gotta eat a good amount.
I just ate several pieces, but as soon as I read that, I went, oh my, I'm not sure if I slept a wink that night because I'm thinking, I gotta be up in a little bit, and when's it gonna hit me? And this, it hadn't hit yet.
Yeah.
So, needless to say, it didn't. But I'm not eating it since, I'm not.
You would think you would have told you that before you ate it.
But it's just so small amount. It's like you have to go really crazy to get to eat that much raw. But it's a thing that happens to tourists sometimes in Greece where they actually serve it as a cooked fish. People eat a lot of cooked fish. Enormous amounts of meat.
It's beautiful. The actual fillet.
It
They have it
is
sit,
white.
they have, it's beautiful white, and they have it sitting on a plate in the display case. And it actually looks like a piece of cheese or a piece of
It's not
butter.
shaped like a fish.
Oh, no, this is a square. For sushi, it's, you know, he's gonna take it and slice it to make it into a sushi roll. And then cut it into it. But sitting on the plate that he has in the display case, it actually looks like cheese or butter, you know, just a rectangular square. And it looks delicious, and it was tasty, but.
It's really high.
When I worked for IBM, I had an assignment at one point to go negotiate a deal with the Japanese for making planer boards. And I made several trips over to Japan. And I stayed in Tokyo one weekend. And I went to a restaurant on the Ginza, and they put their dishes down in the display window, down on the ground level. And the restaurant might be up on the second or third floor. Well, I don't write or speak kanji or katakana, so I would very carefully took one of my business cards, and on the back, I copied the kanji that was in front of the plate that I wanted, the sashimi plate. And I went upstairs, and of course they all spoke Japanese, nobody spoke English. And I said one, and I got my little pillow, and they asked me if I wanted, I interpreted it as something to drink, and I got a Kirin beer. And then she said, the waitress was a little old lady. She had to be ancient. And she looked at me like, how am I going to ever figure out what he wants to eat? So I turned over my business card and I handed it to her. Her eyes got real big. See? And she paddled back to the kitchen. They came out with my sashimi plate. It was really good. So I settled up my tab and everything. About 2 weeks later, I was back in Japan. I spent the weekend, and I went back to the same restaurant, went upstairs, and the first thing is, little old lady comes padding out from back. She's running across the place. She's, cart? That's where I got on the wrong train one day. I got on the right train and didn't get off at the wrong station. And I was out in the middle of nowhere before I realized it. I was going to this electronics center where they sell all kinds of cameras, electronic, I can't remember what it's called. But I didn't get off when I was supposed to. And I ended up out in the boondocks. I mean, I'm in cornfields and rice pads.
Oh my God.
So I get off the train and I look, and you got these maps of the train system. So I'm looking up at the map, trying to figure out where the hell I am. And I hear this little voice behind me say, "You lost, mister?" And it's this little girl coming from school. And she couldn't have been 5 or 6 years old.
Wow.
And she says, "You lost?" Yeah. Sort of.
Wow.
And I told her where I wanted to go. And she, you take there, you get off there, you walk there.
Wow.
You got lucky.
Funny.
Yeah.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Load you in a cab and you end up.
Yeah, the most expensive meal I've ever paid for was at a sushi place. It was awesome. It was a.
Austin?
Yeah, I used to live in South Austin, and I would go by on the bus this place called Uchi.
I know that place.
And Uchi, the guy who is the head chef there, was on Iron Chef once, and I was like, man, the place looks great. And I would see the trucks that would bring in food and stuff, and I was like, it's probably awesome. I'd love to eat there. My wife and I wanted to go there, I think for like our 10th anniversary or something like that. And the plan was, we're gonna go and we're gonna eat whatever we want. And just order, just go nuts. Does not matter how much anything was gonna cost or whatever. And so we went in, and by the time we got seated at the sushi bar, we were seated near this guy, and there's 6 of these guys working up there. And one of them kind of right near us was this young white guy. He's the only white guy working there. And I was like, a little bit of self-projection, but I was like, I picked this guy. I know what this is like. And I looked over at his station and I was impressed by his knives. He had this guy had bought some serious knives. And I was like, okay, this guy's trying hard. He's the only white guy in here. And I told my wife, if we go with that guy, he is going to try harder than anybody else. You know what I mean? Because he's got something to prove. And I was like, I bet he will. And he did. He gave us. We told him we don't want anything with mayonnaise on it. We don't want anything fried. And other than that, go crazy. And it was wonderful. It was a great restaurant.
Yeah, how much did it cost you?
Oh, I think it was like $380.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
For sushi?
It was appetizers and desserts and sushi and an entree and drinks and my wife and I, we went to Glow once and we ordered literally like 3/4 of the menu. We ate the whole thing. I just couldn't stop. We were just like,
It's about $500.
no, it wasn't that much. It was a lot, but it wasn't that much. It was another anniversary type thing. But
You don't have to read.
yeah. We put away some food.
Used to do that. Yeah, Uchi was Tyson Cole.
Yeah.
Tyson Cole. I thought there's a guy from Austin, Ronald Chang, has several restaurants in Austin. Really, really top end Asian restaurant. One of them's called Chinatown. And he has a house here, or a couple of houses here.
Oh, interesting.
On Water Street.
Yeah, I didn't work in any fine dining places when I lived in Austin, so I don't know if I worked in nicer places. in
Chinatown was really nice because it's a big restaurant and it's set up on a really, really, really high cliff that overlooked 360. I think it was Capital of Texas.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right there where Capital of Texas and
It's Mopac.
Mopac all come together, a little closer, a little farther towards the river down 360 down Capital of Texas.
Oh, that's
But it's
really
set
close
way
to
up
where-
high. And it's pretty swanky place. It was
Yeah.
nice.
There's some nice views over there. Some nice views. I worked at a place on Beach Caves Road over there.
Several good places.
I also,
I miss Austin.
I used to
I never
take,
lived in Austin.
I didn't live there. I just
when I lived there, I
Yeah,
took the
time
bus
there.
everywhere.
lived in Temple, so it was 60 miles away, 120 miles round trip, but that was dinner. Sure, let's go.
I lived at Lamar and then Chuck.
And check.
Manchick. They renamed that road.
Sure, because nobody can pronounce it.
It says, Menchaca now, MEN. And there was some sort of, I don't know, some sort of outcry about
Native American.
Native
something.
people or like a Hispanic person that was in a war. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. And I think it was that there was
It's
somebody
Austin. Anything's
whose
possible.
name was Menchaca that was in, I think he was on like the Mexican side of a war with Texas. And people were saying, no, we've got to spell his name right. But then other people showed up and played, you know, it's like the reverse Uno race card where they said, no, this is being named after an indigenous word, Manchac, which means something else, it's like a certain something or other. And so it's like by changing it to this Mexican guy's name, you're doing like an indigenous people erasure. Yeah. And so there was just this like
Tedious.
yeah, the whole thing was just like, just leave nobody can even pronounce the road right to begin with. You all call it Manchac and it, you know, just stop. But I used to ride a longboard around there to get to and from bus stops. And then I'd go back to visit Austin and I would have a terrible time. I thought, man, I used to like living here. This is rough. And then I went back about a year ago and just for the fun of it or whatever, I didn't bring a car. I just took a bus up there. I took a Greyhound bus.
Really?
And then I just took public transportation because I was going to be in a hotel the whole time. And taking the bus, and just moving at that pace, it was nice again. And I was like, oh, I just really hate traffic. That's what it is. I hate traffic and the places you have to go with cars, all the parking lots. But walking around was nice.
I don't think you'd want to walk around today.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was about a year ago and it wasn't that bad. I thought it was going to be packed, but all the people that are there adding to the population, they're not riding the bus. They're all driving. The buses are just as utilized as they were when I lived there 15 years ago.
I'm more worried about the people sleeping under the overpass.
The homeless problem is just
it
out
is.
of control.
Yeah, I mean, I was there in 2007, and I still remember I had to go down Barton Springs to get to work, and if I ever missed the timing on the bus, I would just have to walk that way. And there was a guy who stopped me, and he was like, "Hey, man, I got this crystal, you know, it does this stuff, and it's been charged by the moonlight." And telling me about this power to this crystal. And, you know, I should just get enough money for just a couple of dollars for some beer, you know, that's all and whatever. And I was like, man, I don't even have enough money to pay for a bus. That's why I'm walking. And he goes, oh, man, I've been there. And I was like, been there? It's like you just asked me for like a couple of dollars. How much money you got? I should be asking you for money. Like, he made it pretty clear he was not as broke as he seemed. But yeah, there was people who were, even when I lived there, they just didn't want to get a house. They would say, well, no, I just sleep here in the park, in Zilker Park at night. And they were like, I'm just going to be here hanging out at Baby A's parking lot anyway. And I just bum drinks off of people. You sucker if you go to work. So there was the lady panhandling next to the grocery store I went to, smoking Virginia Slims and drinking the Fiji water. Thought that was funny. Apparently there's like somebody else in another part of Austin.
Right?
Yeah, one of my coworkers said that he was a local all his life, and he said that there's a woman who is like a beggar, and she's been pregnant, and anything helps, God bless, for like 8 years. She's in the same place. Pregnant for 8 years. Pregnant for 8 years, yeah.
I was just there 2-3 months ago. And 183, everything's changed. Everything has changed. But 183, I was somewhere out what used to be called the Arboretum.
Yeah.
That is nothing like the Arboretum that I remembered. And I was going to the Apple store that's in the Domain. That's a whole nother animal. That's pretty kind of cool, but it's just a giant. Oh my God, what happened to the trees?
Yeah.
But trying to get back to get on 183 so I could come back through, get back here. I somehow managed to get off of 183 and I was on that service road where 183 is up here, and all that underneath, it's just wall-to-wall garbage and tents and tarps and shopping carts and just masses of humanity that just kind of sitting there. Wow, that is awful. And it goes for miles, just for miles and miles and miles. And all of that stuff that was just older, not industrial, but just older, kind of commercially stuff. I mean, it's just so run down and awful as you're driving down there.
That neighborhood was pretty rough. That was
Yeah.
St. John's for a little while, but like the Greyhound station spits out there at Research Boulevard,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah,
So it's the
that's
same sort of area. But it was kind of, St. John's was slated to be gentrified, just like the Riverside East did, but towards the airport. But the city now, you're not allowed to tell people you can't set up a tent on the site. Like if they have a tent in the median of a road, yeah, you're not permitted to run them off.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those tents and things are they're not going anywhere because they're allowed to be there. Yeah, that's their spot. You know,
And they have
made
property,
sense
they have
east of
property that, the old Home Depot, property there that's like 7 or 8 acres. They've been talking for years about the city, because the city owns it, and it's not, nobody's doing anything with it. They've been talking about putting, not affordable housing, but some sort of housing to take the homeless people and get them out of tents and put them in these, like metal building, whatever you call those metal.
But Eamon's right, we keep reading about people who don't want to go there.
Yeah.
They don't want to.
They like living with.
They like living on the street.
Where do they get money to get food and stuff? Any of them want? They
Some of
send
them,
out
I mean-
here to sleep at night or?
Probably doesn't take a whole lot.
It doesn't take a lot, and like by and large, they'll have, there's a lot of drugs and a lot of prostitution, so there's a lot of that. And then there's, you work doing something for a little.
Stand on the corner with a cardboard sign.
Yeah, some people are beggars and some people
And
aren't.
get $1 if they drive by. You get,
I mean,
there's
how
a
long-
million people.
How long can you stretch $400 if you don't have any bills, period? If all you're spending it on is stuff you trade people. Well, and if you got money that you can give to somebody who is gonna use it to buy drugs, and they can get you things like food, or, they'll swap you, people sell their food stamp benefits all the time, pretty normal thing.
Yeah, I've noticed Corpus, I go to Sam's every now and then. When I'm at Sam's, there's always some people with carts and a dog and a backpack, and they look kind of downtrodden, but in an upscale sort of way. And they're hanging out under those trees that's around the Sam's, and then there's the Home Depot, and I think there used to be an Ashley's Furniture or something like that. It's kind of in between it all.
You're outside of Sam, not in the store.
No, not in the store. No, on the outside. But what I'm getting at is I've seen on a bunch of different occasions where somebody would come out of Sam's and they would find those people and give them like a giant Sam's box of something and say, here, take that. And they'd load it into their little pull cart and just hang out. Waters, cases of water and that kind of stuff. And maybe they cut that and change it.
Well, there's a real scam that goes on outside some of those stores where the people go in and use their food stamps to buy a whole box of steaks and come out and sell them.
Possibly. I didn't pay attention to what the details were of all this stuff because I don't want to get involved.
We followed,
I'm one of those that doesn't want to get involved.
we followed one person out of HEB, Wally World here in Rockport about 6 months ago. And you know, you can get cash on your Twix card, right?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can get cash on your Twix card. So the gal goes through and she gets $20 in cash on her Twix card and hands it to the guy behind her and he buys cigarettes with it.
Yeah.
Twix
And
is
the
that
cashier,
What
women,
is a Twix card?
women in crisis?
No, it's,
women, infants, and children.
That's it.
yeah.
That's it.
WIC is women, infants, and children.
Yeah.
WIC is different because you actually get
Oh, WIC.
separate
Oh, okay.
prices and stuff.
The Texas WS.
Yeah, if you get WIC food, it's incredibly cheap. It's really low quality food, but it's really, really cheap. But I think the way it usually starts, because not everybody's out there trying to like run a scam, but the way it starts is people will be struggling for money. They start getting some sort of benefits, EBT or WIC or whatever, and they're getting their first month they're supposed to get $580 a month for groceries, right? Well, what happens is they go, well, you got 3 kids and it's just you, here's $580 a month for groceries. You apply for it and it takes so long to get it that by the time you get it, you're owed 3 months of groceries. So you get given $1,500 on your card all at once. And then 2 months later, they say, hey, you're almost at 6 months because we've been 3 months and 2 months. It's time to reapply for your stuff. Well, when you reapply, if there's money left in your account, they reduce your benefits going forward because they're like, we've been giving you too much. So you've got to get rid of it. So you have to spend it, or else they're going to end up giving you $350 a month next time. So people end up
Good old
going
government budgeting things.
getting
Spend it or lose it.
Use it or you lose it.
Yep, they go buy everything and they end up with way too much stuff and then they're saying, hey, come to my house, I've got breakfast cereal, they've got,
You can't buy, you're not supposed to buy cigarettes and liquor.
you can't buy that stuff. The registers won't even process it. But
But
But-
the will
But you get
process
money and then go.
cash.
the same card that you use for WIC is used for supplemental income, for just credit payments, basically just welfare payments. And there's all these different types of benefits that you can get if you're pretty much young, have kids, aren't married, that kind of thing. It's a lot of work.
Well, there's 2 on
It's just as
tap.
much work as
There's
a
2 on
job.
tap.
to develop that.
We don't
Yeah,
know, we got another.
You spend so much time sitting in the HHS.
I got 8.
Yeah, you
Well, there's
probably.
only 2 people at 3 o'clock anyway.
What?
And they don't have affidavits submitted yet, and
We're just waiting to see if there are no shows. Maybe we have to wait till 3:15.
I know, I'm not kidding.
I'll go with that.
Okay.
Since I lived in Austin so centrally, there wasn't as many indigent people. The people weren't as desperate. You kind of couldn't tell somebody who had a house from somebody who's like in the ditch. They all sort of looked the same. So, that was more over by 35, where you have the homeless shelter, and every day at about 5:30, there was the cutoff of you ain't getting in. And so it was just the loitering people who didn't make it for the day. So there's a ton of people under that overpass. But I never even went over there. I never really went to that part of downtown. So the guys that I met that were, calling them homeless is a little bit of a misnomer. Like their home is a bush. That's just where they're choosing to be. I met some guys who were hobos. They would hop on trains and they would get crazy offended if you called them bums, because they don't beg. They don't beg for money. They don't take anything from anybody. And they're like, I'm not a bum. Hobo. Their thing is like they just go around on trains from place to place, but they don't. It was funny. They were like morally superior about not being a beggar. That's pretty good. And then, but it's almost always like if they're out there and they don't want to be, it's somebody on the internet was saying something recently about people that are homeless and the homeless problem, and they said, something about wanting to help people who are actually homeless, not by choice, and don't have like a drug addiction, It's nobody. It's always drugs. It's always drugs. They're all, every single one of them. Like they say, people who don't have a drug addiction or a severe mental illness is what it was. And I was like, there's nobody left, dude. And if you don't have a severe mental illness or a drug addiction, you're not gonna sleep outside the bus station. Like, something is not working out. And like, it's just funny knowing, because I've known people who are worried about, you know, if they make the wrong decision, they're all worried they're gonna end up homeless. And it's like, do you even know any homeless people? Like, the problem was not that they didn't, you know, allocate their budget correctly. That's not how you end up sleeping in a ditch. Like, you're a lot further from that than you think you are, until you start doing a bunch of drugs, you know.
First, get there, that schizophrenia.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, and there's a lot of people with mental illnesses, and it could be argued that that's a symptom of a mental illness if you're not taking care of yourself in that way. But, you know, the thing that keeps people from working is like they don't want to do anything. They're drug addicted. That's what they want to spend their money on. That's what they want to think about. They lose their motivation to do other stuff, you know, and maybe they need help or something, but they're not going to be productive. It's not like you just go, just stick them in the warehouse and he's going to pay his rent. Like, he's never going to pay their rent. My dad always hired homeless people all my life. And there was always some guys, and as long as they wanted to keep working, we keep them around, because my dad paid them very, very little. Kind of the only people who work for wages my dad was willing to pay. And what's crazy is they just vanish. They just leave. I mean, there's two of them that were working on when my dad had a ranch up here. He was partnered with the guy who originally owned it. It was an 800-acre cattle ranch. There's two guys living out there. At this point, my dad was paying them on credit cards. Like, they were getting, you know, life in order. They could have gone out and bought a car if they wanted to. Like, they were regularly employed. They just disappeared. Both of them just vanished overnight. I mean, separate times, one and then the other one, different time. It's like,
Time to move on.
it just, something isn't right. You just can't keep it together, man. Where did you go?
Your phone was ringing earlier.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting. I listed a lot in the country club about 3 hours ago. Sold it.
Already sold it?
Or I think it's gonna be very close to the asking price, which was pretty high. So just to give you an idea how hot the market is in the country club.
Amazing. That's just amazing.
Well, it's one of the few lots that it's on the fairway that's still left. So we've been saving it till the price got up high.
Where did you advertise it? Where did you list it?
I listed on the MLS about 3 hours ago.
And so
that's
then,
all it went.
so how did prospective buyers find out about it from other agents?
Oh, an agent. Agent has clients and they're on the lookout, they're looking for a lot. So
you send out the
contact the
signal?
buyer and the buyer said, yeah. I'm gonna- I don't know how much yet, Ed, from that, I don't know.
Phenomenal amount of money out there.
Well, I mean, if it's not that, then they don't get one.
People
I mean, if
buy,
they don't buy it now, they don't get one.
it's the same way with used cars and boats. I got a call the other day from a guy. I'm not in the brokerage business anymore. I did it for a while. But I got a call from a guy who said, "You own that boat down there in the Where the Happiness is?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You want to sell it?"
He said, no.
I said, "I'm not ready to do that just yet, but I'll keep you in mind. I'll write your name down." It was amazing. I never expected to get that.
There's a wide variety of boats in that harbor. My wife and I were walking there last night. Just surprised. A lot of very, very different boats.
Yeah, there is. There's some that are very nice. There's a carver that's going out for a cruise apparently. He isn't there right now, but it's a beautiful boat. 56-foot carver.
Whoa.
Very nice boat.
Hey, Rose, you're.
He brought it down from Tennessee.
Half cabin.
Huh?
Harbor's an aft cabin
Yeah.
cruiser.
It's a beautiful boat.
They're fun.
Very nice.
Can fish. Well, you can, but it's not practical.
Not,
I'm sure it's fun to ride around on.
yeah. But it's not there right now, but he must be coming back because he left all his fenders and everything on the pile.
I'm never living in an RV again, but I could live on a boat, pretty sure, like a car. I could live, I can do that.
Yeah. We went to Grand Banks before we went to Honduras. Two things I get in Grand Banks.
What's the guy's name? Shoot, I can't remember his name. David. David was his first name. He owned Yikes Bikes here in town, the bicycle store that was downtown. And he lived on a Grand Banks in the harbor for a little while. It's probably 10 years ago, maybe a little longer than 10 years ago. And they just up and closed. They decided they wanted to go travel the world, so they sold the Grand Banks, bought a really large sailboat, and took off. So
I went fishing on that one last year.
Oh, Chupacabra.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that boat. Very
Yeah.
good. Yeah, that boat won Bisbee's. Little John Lewis captained it and ran. He won Bisbee's Black and Blue, million two, something like that. That's what they won. Clay Hensley, I know Clay very well. There's Clay.
I'm looking at these carvers on the internet. These are nice.
Yeah.
Isn't that a nice boat?
Cool.
How big did you say that one was?
56.
A lot of these are smaller than that.
And Tennessee's a really nice place to have one because it's not salt water and you can run from the land between the lakes where the Ohio River and Tennessee River come together, Kentucky, and go all the way down through the locks, all the way down to through the Tom Bigby waterway into Alabama. I don't know how much farther you can go. And the zebra mussels have kind of closed some of the locks from up and down.
Beth has some news.
We just got a phone call, we have 5 more. I'm joking. It wasn't even funny with that face that you.
I didn't make any kind of face.
You're just like,
I love a little.
Just two.
you look so disappointed. Okay. You all good? It's 3:15.
It's 3:15. Where did Scotty go?
Right here.
Right there.
Okay. I need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
We are adjourned.
We are